Yes.
This meeting is being recorded. So good evening, everyone. This is the Great Barrington Planning Board meeting for Thursday, March 11th. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and the governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limits on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Great Barrington Planning Board will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with a right and or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the town's website. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen to the meeting may do so by joining the meeting via Zoom, by computer, and or dialing by phone per the instructions on the agenda. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the town's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of the proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. All votes will be roll call votes. So that being the case, we'll do a roll call agenda. Malcolm?
Here.
Jeremy?
Here.
Jonathan?
Here.
Pedro?
Here.
Garfield? No Garfield? Brandy? Here. All right, great. So first item on our agenda tonight are Form As. We do have two Form As, and it looks like Mike Parsons is on the line to discuss at least one of those with us.
Yeah.
Are you both, Mike, or just one?
No, just the first one.
Okay, so the first one is 28 Monument Valley Road.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Chris is going to be sharing it on the screen. So if you'd like to tell us what this Form A entails.
Yeah, I'm here tonight on behalf of Steve and Bernadette Daniels, who own a home and, well, two homes and two garages on Monument Valley Road. They've entered into a contract to sell the home closer to Route 23 on the east side of Monument Valley Road. And the reason I'm here tonight is they're going to sell it on a little bit bigger parcel than it sits on currently. So we've added, I think, about 0.3 of an acre to the north side of what the lot is that the home sits on now. So basically the new line that we've put in is the northern boundary line on this survey plan. We've increased the road frontage and we've increased the distance in the back a little bit and just connected them with that new line. It's in an R2 zoning district, which requires an acre and 150 feet of lot width. And this exceeds that, and they have almost 4 acres and 267 feet of road frontage remaining with their other home.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll run through board members, see if anyone has any questions. Malcolm?
No.
Jeremy?
No.
Jonathan, any questions?
No, I would move to endorse.
Okay, I just want to check and make sure. Hold that thought. I'll check to see if Pedro has any questions.
Second that motion.
Excellent. So we have a motion and a second, and there's no further discussion. We'll do a roll call vote. Pedro?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Jeremy?
Aye.
Malcolm?
Aye.
Brandy? Aye. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you so much. See you next
You'll work
time.
with Chris on fees and such?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much.
welcome
Next
very
item on the agenda is another Form A at 1 Nolan Drive. We have anyone here representing 1 Nolan Drive?
Yes, Brian Casella from BEK Associates.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Chris will share the Form A on the screen in just a moment.
Can you see the Nolan Drive?
We can, thank you.
Okay, Brian, can you see it?
Yes, I can.
If you want to point me anywhere, just feel free.
Okay, so right now this is one large lot, and we propose to break it into two smaller lots with frontage on both Van Dusenville Road and Nolan Drive. Access will be through Nolan Drive, and the idea, it's in a light industry other use, so it meets the zoning as far as frontage and area for both lots.
Okay.
I have a question for Brian.
Yep, Jonathan, go ahead with your question.
My question is, where is your frontage?
You have frontage along Nolan Drive, which is down below where it says C1, and you also have frontage along Van Dusenville Road.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking, Brian, is that C1 does not give you adequate frontage, but you could get adequate frontage there by adjusting it by about 8 feet. And what you're doing effectively is saying that the front yard setback, you're losing 50 feet along Van Dusenville Road that you don't need to lose if you just picked up a little bit of frontage on Nolan Drive.
So you're saying that if we picked up frontage on Nolan Drive, we could, well, I think there's requirements along that 50 feet along Van Dusenville Road that at this point, they're not really concerned about that. You know, I think they want to put a septic system in there or whatever they need to do at that point, but access would be off of Nolan Drive. So I guess what you're saying is that you would not consider Van Dusenville Road. We wouldn't need to do the front yard setback for that, even though it's a public way.
Right. That would become a
Nick,
side. It could become a side yard.
Nick Ariente's on the line and representing the owner and may have some insight there, Brandy.
Okay, Nick, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, hi, Nick Ariente, thank you. Just wanted to add and clarify a little bit. The part of the reason for designating the frontage in this case as Van Dusenville Road was because there is from the original subdivision, there is a condition on the grant of the subdivision which requires that there be a certain setback from Van Dusenville Road where there are no structures, and so that's the primary reason that we've kind of weighed the pros and cons of where frontage should be designated for this lot and determined that because there are already some obstructions in this case to developing that lot in a kind of a beneficial way, that's going to remain in its more or less its natural state. There's a built-up berm that's there at the moment. There's some trees on top of it, and you know, by and large, it's going to remain that way. So while Van Dusenville Road will be frontage for those purposes, access will remain off of 1 Nolan Drive for a number of reasons. Not the least of which is that the road, essentially the layout of the lot is such that there's very little improvement that will have to be done and disturbance to the lot relative to the new portion, or which is the northerly portion at this time from its existing condition. And so there are a variety of factors that went into it, Jonathan, and I appreciate.
Okay.
I think if you know, there had been a little bit more flexibility there, then that would be probably a really good option. But I think that in order to make sure that things are done in a way that adheres to the some of the existing parameters for the overall subdivision, and kind of in a way that makes, I think, the most sense for this building. The intent is to develop it as proposed.
Okay, so the address will then be Van Duzenville Road.
I don't know. We could talk to the assessor. Potentially.
So, Brian or Nick, is that noted on this survey plat at all?
Is what noted?
The fact that the front yard is being counted as on Van Duzenville, but access is going to be on Nolan. Is there an intent to restrict future access to the site from Van Duzenville?
If you're so, okay. Is it on the plan? No, it's not. Is there a future intent to restrict it? There is not a future intent to restrict it, but I think the language of the subdivision, the grant of the subdivision, has a covenant which, in my view, does that without more. And I believe that, that were there an attempt to use Van Duzenville Road for access purpose, not frontage, but for access, curb cut, for example, I think it would potentially be problematic with the language of the covenant that's in place currently. So I don't think it requires a restriction. I think by review of the
original subdivision already covers that.
Yeah, it covers it. I mean, in my view, and I've discussed it with a number of people, including Chris, I think we're in agreement that restriction is in place.
Okay, thank you very much for the response.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else have any questions? Pedro?
I do not.
Jeremy?
I do not.
Malcolm? Malcolm's muted still. So I assume you said no. Okay. All right. Then if that's the case, we have a motion to endorse
So moved.
by Jonathan. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Malcolm. Thank you. If there's no further discussion, we'll do a roll call vote. Malcolm?
Aye.
Jeremy?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Pedro?
Aye.
Brandy? Aye. Brian and Nick, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda are the minutes of February 25th, 2021. I first of all want to thank Chris and especially Kim for writing a novel. Thank you, Kim. Your talents are unparalleled. And yet Jonathan found means to make some edits to them. So do we have a motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
By Jonathan. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Malcolm. Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none. Malcolm?
Aye.
Jeremy?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Pedro?
Aye.
Brandy? Aye. Welcome, Mr. Reed. How are you this evening? Oh, you're muted, but you look like you're doing good.
I'm well. Thanks for asking. Sorry for being late.
No problem. Thanks for joining us. You're here just in time for the main event.
All right, the man.
There's I didn't see you there in the attendee list. Sorry, Garfield. There's 17 others attending, if folks are curious.
Okay, great. So we'll move on to the third item on our agenda. Special permit for 148 Maple Avenue, which is a continuation from January 14th and February 11th and February 25th. An application to the planning board from Great Barrington Development LLC, care of John Halpern, PO Box 216, Southfield, Mass. 01259, for the conversion of a former nursing home at 148 Maple Avenue to a multifamily use, filed in accordance with Section 8.10 and 10.4 of the zoning bylaw. So first item on our agenda is to vote to reopen the public hearing. So do we have a motion to reopen the public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Malcolm. We'll vote Malcolm.
Aye.
Jeremy?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Brandy, Pedro? Sorry.
Aye.
Pedro. Brandy, aye. All right, so we've reopened the public hearing. The board did receive some additional materials from the applicant. So if the applicant is available, I see Mr. Ferris and Mr. Van Zandt and Mr. Elton are present on the line.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Ferris, you wanted to start?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the board would be mostly interested in perhaps in Mr. Elton's responses to various questions and points that were raised. But I think the board's pretty familiar with the project by now, but there are, I think, 3 points that I would like to make that I think contain some new information that would be helpful. First, as to traffic, we had submitted we discussed last time a traffic safety report from Fuss and O'Neill, and that report concluded that there was adequate sight and stopping distances, et cetera. But since then, based upon the adjusted number of units, going from 48 to 30 units, Mr. Severia from Fuss and O'Neill did some more analysis, and I believe Chris Rembold may have sent it to you. But essentially, there were a large number of there were a number of studies that's used by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and essentially what they concluded is that an 88-bed nursing home unit would generate approximately 3.06 trips per bed, working out to approximately 269 per day. So that's I think the proper number of trips that this project should be compared to if a development owner has fully made use of the permit for the nursing home. As compared to multifamily use with 30 units, they estimate 5.4 trips per day, or approximately 162 for 30 residential units. So what you see is a decrease of over 100 trips per day compared to potential actual use, and that's about 40% lower than the allowable traffic that would be expected traffic that we generated under the nursing home. And so I think that strongly suggests that traffic in the neighborhood will not be adversely or seriously adversely affected, as in fact it should be benefited slightly. Now, if you take 162 trips per day and add it to I had submitted some traffic figures from 2018, that would be about a 2.8% increase. But I would point out that the 2018 traffic numbers already did include some traffic and some vehicle trips from the nursing home, even though it wasn't at full capacity. So I really think, and you can't assume that everybody's going to turn left in the direction, I think, of the traffic flow from the traffic study. So there's really a negligible increase, if any, on traffic on the roadway. So that's the first point, and with new information that I think you should consider. I'd also like to point out that based on information that Chris Rembold developed in comparing parking at this development compared to several other multifamily developments in town, I think it compares very favorably. We have essentially 50 spaces, or 1.67 spaces per apartment. With 58 bedrooms, it's 0.86 parking spots per room. So keeping those numbers in mind, it's virtually the same as an 11-unit development at Forest Springs, which had 1.64 spaces per unit and 0.9 spaces per room. So it's virtually identical to that. At Bostwick, there's Bostwick has 1.03 spaces per unit and 0.86 per room. The Powerhouse development, which is not fully occupied at all yet, has there's 22 apartments and 22 spaces. So it's 1 space per unit and 0.6 or 0.61 spaces per bedroom. And Bentley has 1 space per unit, I believe, and 1.4 per bedroom. So the point is there haven't been parking issues at the ones that are already developed. I think with 50 spaces, there'll be guaranteed 1 space per unit. I believe the intention is to have a sign up that up to 10 more spaces we're considering could be apartments who have 2 cars could sign up for that, and then there would be about 10 spaces for guests and contractors and service people, employees. So I believe the parking is well within what's considered appropriate for the town and compares favorably or equally with other multifamily developments in the town. And then finally, well, the other issue to talk about, is density. And I understand, of course, that people in the neighborhood are concerned that there'll suddenly be an influx of people, and that therefore the neighborhood would feel more dense. But when you compare it to the allowable number of units that could be on this 4.1 acre site, according to the current zoning law, I believe you'll conclude that the 30 units on 4.1 acres is well within the contemplated density for this neighborhood under the Great Barrington zoning law. And Mr. Rembold pointed out that in the R2 district, where the property is serviced by sewer and public sewer and water, you have a half-acre zoning, which on which you could, as of right, build 6 units per acre, 2 units if it was a 2-family plus an accessory dwelling. So that's 3 per half acre or 6 per acre. And if you do a multifamily development as of right in this neighborhood, that's 8 units per half acre with a special permit, or 16 units per acre. So you see that at 7.3, I think that's what it worked out, units per acre on our current site, it's less than is allowable under the zoning law, and I think within what the drafts people of the zoning bylaws considered appropriate for this residential neighborhood. And Mr. Rembold also pointed out that immediately adjoining this district is quarter-acre zoning. So they're actually houses could be bought up, torn down, and you could see 32 units per acre by special permit right in this exact vicinity of this development. So just using these figures, I think that gives you ample reason to conclude that the density is not inappropriate. It's well within what's contemplated under the zoning bylaws. And I think that's an important factor to consider. And I just want to thank Chris for generating some of these figures. I believe he also circulated some letters. There were at least a dozen letters, I believe, that came in support of the development, including several, resident of the town. And I think those letters pretty uniformly contemplated and complemented, the adaptive reuse of a vacant structure. They pointed out that the housing is needed in the town. I think we've gone over that in prior meetings, so I don't want to dwell on that. I believe rental housing at market rates is something that will help the workforce, and with all of the sort of luxury housing that's gone up and the single family houses that are being converted to VRBO rentals. I think these letters do highlight what we've been saying all along, which is that this is a positive way to use a vacant structure, and we're going to be updating it. Safety, we're not going to be changing the environment. We're sitting in the footprint. It's going to be properly landscaped, and we've improved that since we first started out with your suggestions. So I think that's all I want to point to now. I'd just like to reserve the right to possibly comment again based on what you hear from other people in the community. But I'd like to turn it over to Nick and Sam to discuss the whatever changes to the plans that have been made.
Okay, thank you very much. Nick or Sam, I'll let you guys decide who wants to go first.
Yes, I guess it should be me, I suppose.
All right, Nick, thank you. Would you like Chris to? Yeah, did you want Chris to share, or do you want to share yourself?
I can do it either way. I want you to know that in preparation for this, I got a new modem so that I have much faster service now.
Excellent. All right. Congratulations.
So we tried it out earlier today, and it seemed to work quite well. So if you're ready, I'm definitely ready to do this.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
So
is that all right, Chris?
Yeah, I just you're gonna
empower him.
Yeah, you're just gonna have a little blip here, Nick, but don't leave us.
Okay.
All right, give it a shot when you're back in as a panelist, Nick. You should be able to share.
And Nick, just, you may not realize you are muted currently, so if you'd like to speak, you'll need to unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can, but we're not seeing plans yet. So you may need to. Okay, great.
Okay. So this is the site plan which you have seen before. However, we have made some changes. Most significantly, we changed the location of the 3 handicap spots, and they are located on the southeast corner of the building. They are the spots that are closest to the entrance. You can see them. They're spots number 32, 33, and 34. And they also have a space next to them, as is required by the Mass Architectural Access Board, to allow for exiting. There has to be a 5-foot space next to them, which we have where the cursor is. And in addition to that, we have provided a walkway directly from these 3 spots into the main entrance. I think that was a specific request, not this necessarily the solution, but this is a specific response to concerns that were raised by this board. So
okay,
I hope that this is satisfactory. The other things that that are different on this that we mentioned last time, but we've refined a bit, is that we have a community garden, which is where the cursor is. It's on the eastern side of the project, available for the residents only currently. And we have done some slight refinements on the parking, not increasing, but dimensioning, which weren't there before. And we have reviewed this with the fire department. And we provided a letter of approval or a letter of acceptance, of acceptability. So I think that's all I have to say about this particular drawing. Can everybody see this drawing? Whoops.
Yep.
You're sharing the lighting plan now?
And showing the lighting plan. So this plan has been updated, most notably for two reasons. The mounting height has now been changed, which was mistakenly shown at 16 feet before. It is now 14 feet. You can see it says mounting height. And then I think previously we did not show these two bollard lights, which we're proposing to add in the rear courtyard, which is going to be available for resident use. And as a result of the fact that the mounting height was changed, the schedule has changed to have the correct fixtures, and the fixture submissions, which we gave you in the submittal, are in agreement with this. I don't have any more to say about this. I'm going to assume that you're not going to ask questions now. Is that correct?
We'll let you present, yes.
Or you might ask questions. Okay, fine.
Just go ahead and present.
So this next one is the site logistics plan. It is largely unchanged, except there was a concern raised about the gates, that if the gates were located at the front property line, that there might be this issue where if the gate is closed and a truck comes, it would project into the street and the path of travel. So Allegroni has suggested that they would move the gates back in, the two gates on both sides, to allow in that eventuality, but it is their intention during construction to maintain the gates open. So this should be not an issue one way or the other, but if for some reason a truck were to arrive sometime when the gate was closed, that's how we're proposing to address it. The last site-related drawing, whoa, not that one. Sorry, coming right up. Okay, so this is the revised site landscaping drawing. So this has been revised to incorporate changes around the handicapped units. So we have a pathway here. So it was modified to address that issue. Unfortunately, as there is a note that says that to see the handicap spots, you have to look at the other drawing. But the landscape drawing agrees in terms of the availability of space for landscape. So we made principally that change. And there was a few small issues. Some of the trees were labeled, instead of note number 1, they were labeled with an apostrophe. So we've made that change. But we have not made any other changes since the meeting last time. Somebody requested the last time that we provide a roof plan of the roof with the additions on it, which is what this drawing is. I don't think there's additional information that you didn't know from before, but we have provided that because it was specifically requested last time by somebody. So that's why we have that drawing in the set. It's a new drawing that we did not previously have. Additionally, it was mentioned a couple of times that there were no two-dimensional elevations of the building. So we have added those. This is the south elevation, which is not any different from the information that you had before, but it does show it in a two-dimensional manner. So there is the addition on the south side that you see more prominently, which is has a metal corrugated siding, and there is the addition on the southwest side, which has the hardy panel siding. And then there is a raised parapet in the middle with the hardy panel siding on it. And behind it is an addition that you see in the distance, but that's why it's just outlined. And then we have also provided elevations for the other sides that are visible from the street. So this one is the east elevation, i.e. as you're driving west out of town, this is what you would be able to see. Again, this is not changed in any way from what we previously proposed but you just didn't simply have a two-dimensional elevation, so that's why we're showing it to you now. And the same thing is true for this west elevation, which is on the bottom of the drawing. So I'm just going to bring that up. So again, there's no change in the design, but because somebody said that we had not included the two-dimensional elevations, we are including them in this particular set. So finally, we have perspectives that are somewhat updated. They are updated in the sense that previously we had shown a series of site lighting that was attached to the building that was there in error from a previous design. There is, on the site lighting drawing, there is one site light showing wall mounted. So we have placed that on the southeast corner of the building. And we have placed it in such a way that it does not shine directly into the windows below, but whatever might splay in that way will be directly shielded within the light fixture. And there were a number of other small features that we hadn't shown before. For instance, some of the tile highlighters were not shown before, and we've added those. You can see the same thing over here. So again, this is from the southwest, and you can see the photograph next to it. Also, I believe last time there was a question as to whether we were changing the color of the brick. So we made an attempt to bring the brick color closer to the color that's there. It is not our intention to change the color of the brick at all.
Nick,
we also have modified the proposed colors a little bit.
Nick, this is Chris Ringgold.
Right? Okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
Nick, could you help us understand the existing photo versus the perspective by tracing the existing, I guess top of the cornice, if
right.
you
Okay.
call it there, versus the perspective?
Okay, so for instance, on this southwest perspective, which I will try to shift. Why I can't shift this over. I'm sorry, I'm not, wait. Sorry. Well,
we can see
in
it.
Short. Yeah, in short. Oh God, I don't know why it's so jumping around here. But
all right.
This line right here, which is the current parapet line, would actually in reality be going across just about at the joint right here in the siding. So the actual addition that goes above the current parapet is just this sort of trapezoidal shape and a rectangular shape right here. At the very highest point, it projects about 9'6" to the top of the roof above the current roof, and about 6'6" above the current roof at its lowest point. In terms of I think I'm going to use a different one.
That was helpful. Thank
Sorry.
you. Answered my question.
Okay, so again, I could just do that really quickly for this one if you would like, which is this one. Again, you can see where the parapet is here. So the cut would be just this amount that's slightly above. And I don't know why I can't. Yeah, I'm having some difficulty pulling this drawing over to the side, and I apologize for that. But the parapet line in the front is right here. And this is just a raised parapet. There's no building behind it. And that is set at 35 feet, which is the height limit for 2.5 stories. Does that answer the question adequately?
Thank you.
Chris? Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I also have a series of drawings which I included in the submittal to show how this building is in compliance with the current zoning requirements in terms of the lower level being more than 50% below grade and the upper level having a volume that is less than 50% of the volume of the space below. That has been reviewed by the officials, and we included a letter from Ed May indicating that it is in compliance with the current codes. If you wish me to go through that, I'm perfectly willing to do that.
We received that information in our packet and are aware of it, so I don't think it's necessary to go through.
Okay. So in that case, I also wanted to mention that in a memorandum that we sent on the last 5 pages, 6 pages, we addressed all the issues that were specifically raised in the minutes. And if you want me to go through those one by one, I'm happy to do that, but that's up to you.
Randy, I have one question for Nick.
Sure, please go ahead, Jonathan.
I appreciate that you updated the landscape plan showing the walkway from the handicap spaces. I assume that the perspectives have not been updated, but that the plan will rule.
Say that again, Jonathan.
That is correct, and I will say,
Because there's a conflict between the two drawings. The updated one is the landscape plan, and that shows the walkway. So I assume that that's what's going to be built, not from the perspective.
that is correct. The perspective actually is generally to the limits. Well, you're right. Okay. Yes, the east and west sides of the perspective, the site is cut off, and you're absolutely correct. It does not show, it's not included in the perspective, and the plan of the set the exact limits of the walkways and the parking, and the landscape plan in L4 would set the limits of the landscape.
Right. Okay. I'm comfortable with that. I don't think you have to change the perspectives. It's fine.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for Nick at this time? Malcolm shaking his head no. Pedro? Jeremy? No. Garfield?
No.
Garfield, you're muted. You could shake your head or nod yes. No.
All set, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Sam, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I did not at this time, but just to say thank you, and we've appreciated the process with the board.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, so with the presentation of new materials, we will resume receipt of public comment. For the record, Mr. Rumble did forward to the board members a number of letters, both supporting and opposing this application. I think we received 2 packets of letters, Chris, and those will be included as part of the record. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, no need to read them. That would take half the night. And if there's anyone who wishes to make public comment, principally we'd like to focus on the new materials. We have received quite a lot of comment. So if anyone hearing the updated information tonight has additional comment or new comment that should be shared, please raise your hand and we will unmute your connection and hear your comments.
If you're joining us by phone tonight, the raise hand function is *9. And then to unmute yourself is *6. So *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone.
I see
Okay,
one
there's
hand raised. I see Ms. Shimon. Ms. Shimon? Nope.
Nikki?
Not.
Vicky, Dick, do you have your hand raised or
Yes.
Yes.
go ahead?
I'd like to bring up the fence or a fence for dogs. What's going to be if you got 30 apartments there, you could have 30 dogs there from my understanding. And I think that's an awful lot of dogs. I have a dog and my dog is on a invisible fence and will not go over that way for even to chase the bear away. That's the end of it. But there's other things that I'd like. The lighting, I don't understand any of this lighting thing. I have nothing to do with lighting.
Do you have a question about the lighting that we can help you get a response to?
I don't understand lighting is what I'm saying. And I don't know if most people do understand what you're talking about, bringing lighting down and up and away from this window and that window. I would like, once it's built, if it's built, to have some kind of a say in the lighting next door to me. If it's too bright, that they could change it or do something with it. And back to the dogs, I'd like a chain link fence down on the bottom down there or on the top of the hill to keep the dogs away from my dog. It'll keep my dog away from there. My dog won't go over there, but theirs will come this way. And I'm sure that that's going to present a problem to me. And I guess that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll circle back on the lighting question and the dog question, but at this time I'd like to continue taking comments. So I see, just going in order of hands, I see Carol and Jeffrey Purcell.
Yes, we're here.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for commenting. What would you like to say?
Well, we have a problem with Mr. Ferris's argument, starting with his idea that 75 people in their cars suddenly in what has up until now been a pretty quiet neighborhood we want you to know, and this may be repeating a little bit, but it's not consistent with the neighborhood character. It's more like an invasion to us. And furthermore, to quote the words from one of the sections of the new amended bylaw, it is not less detrimental to the locale to our neighborhood than the previous one was. So in case that has been lost sight of in all of the previous comments, I wish to bring it up because it seems as if what you're considering as a board is different in nature from what we as neighbors are considering. It's like parallel universes. And we want to press the case that even though we don't have a lawyer representing us, to put it as concisely as Mr. Ferris does, we see things very, very differently than he does. For example, the traffic claims that he made as if the nursing home was full is in a way absurd, since that comparison doesn't exist for us to make. I don't know if that nursing home was ever full. Most of us have lived here or near here in such a way that we saw the traffic that there was, not the traffic that might have been if the place was full and might have been if Mr. Ferris's numbers are accurate, which they very well may be. But the point is, how is it really? Not how is it in some abstract comparison based on a statistic about the number of cars or the number of people per unit. Those don't address realities, those address ideals. And we have the reality on our side, we believe. We believe the redevelopment will be much worse from a standard of traffic than the way it has been, not in comparison to the way it might have been if the nursing home was always full and all of those trips were being made by all of those people in their beds. And it sounds to me a bit of a apples and oranges comparison. It is not right in principle to assume like maximum efficiency or capacity of a winding down, that is to say, not a failing business, as Mr. Ferris put it last time, when in fact, very few concerns are maximum efficiency and capacity. What do I mean by that? Mr. Ferris says that you could put many more units onto a 4.1 acre parcel. Is there really a plan to do something so maximal as that? I mean, could other places in town be in line for the same kind of treatment. I mean, these are issues that the town may find itself dealing with when other people wake up to the fact that an invasion of this kind could happen right next to them too, just because there's an empty building. So that brings me to the density argument. The density argument calculation seems a little stretched to us. If more buildings are planned on the basis of the same design that Mr. Elton has so artfully and carefully detailed, what would that mean for the whole 4.1 acre parcel? When you think about it, the comparison makes the whole idea absurd. You could probably put 4 buildings the size of the nursing home on that little parcel, and it would be within the bylaws. Why am I saying this? I'm saying it because the bylaws as amended seem to address a situation that doesn't actually exist on the ground. And that's why we, the undersigned, as you guys will probably know by now, sent a petition to ask the board to suspend the hearings to give us some time to mount a defense in our own interests. And we're hoping that there will be some word on that, in the very near future, if not tonight. So when we consider what happened to sections 8.10 and 10.4 of the town bylaws last September, we, the abutters of this property, find that it seems to permit something that won't actually work. The amount of parking, the amount of trips, the amount of traffic is all put into statistical parameters by Mr. Ferris and implicitly by the others. And we're here to tell you that we live here day by day and that those things don't work. They don't work for us and they won't work for the facility. And lastly, before I turn this spot over to other neighbors, I'd just like to say that we are the impacted parties. Anyone from the rest of town or from the developer's family who wants to address this in a positive way, of course, has the right to do so. But we think that in the natural order of things, the abutters and the ones who are longtime residents here should have priority in this. And so we appeal to the board to think in terms that may not yet be addressed by bylaw amendments, but could in the near future be considered for such by the town boards that are responsible for that kind of action. So with that, I hope more of our neighbors are online and prepared to give their comments. And I'd like to thank you again, Brandy and Chris especially, but the rest of you for paying attention to us, to listening to us, and to taking what we say seriously.
Thank you. All right, the next hand I see up, Chris, is Amanda Hockler. Ms. Hockler, I think Mr. Rimbold has unmuted your microphone.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again this evening. As Jeffrey pointed out, the lawyer for the project mentioned that the number of emails received in support of the project. However, I believe Mr. Rimbold also forwarded a lengthy number of emails to you stating that a lot of those emails were indeed written by the developer's father, the developer's sister, the developer's wife, and I'm sure other friends and families who were solicited to write to the planning board in support of the project. We also would like to point out that the traffic impact on our road is not being compared to what actually happens on our road. It's just being compared to its potential use. We're taking a building that has been absolutely declared a failing business for all of the years that it was in operation. And we have census data and we have satellite imagery and we have proof that this was never used. And so I think that comparing it to its potential or permitted use is really unfair. And so it's why we have submitted a citizen's petition to alter this bylaw that was accepted, that we are hoping that will be voted on by the town in May. And we want the opportunity for the town to be able to do that. You know, if you look at Nick Van Sant's email to the planning board, it's clear that a year ago, this discussion about this particular nursing home came into view and that the bylaws were specifically created for this project. And in the town, it says that abutters will have an opportunity to give some feedback and that the use won't be more detrimental than the current use. And yet that's not what we're actually talking about right now. We're not talking about its actual use. We're talking about theoretical use. And then tonight, the lawyer for the development talks about other multifamily units in the area. One that he mentioned was Boswick Garden, which I'd like to point out is senior low-income housing. So if we have senior low-income housing, I wonder how many seniors have need for more than one vehicle? How many low-income families can afford more than one vehicle? And when we think about Mr. Rembold put in his letter to the board that he believes that we're using the number of 75 people, that it actually could be as many as 116 people. 116 able-bodied, higher wage earners that will be making more trips in and out can hardly be compared to Boswick Gardens senior low-income housing. And, you know, one of the things that I think I'm troubled most by is that we aren't saying don't make this into apartments. We know that we need the apartments, and we applaud the efforts of the planning board in trying to bring some rental units to the town. But we also have voices. We live in the neighborhood, and we're appealing to you, please. We really feel that you're overdeveloping this property. And once it's built, I'm not sure what kind of recourse we have. And I don't really want to go down the hire a lawsuit, file a lawsuit against the town. I feel like if you really felt like when you created the bylaws that opening it up for discussion by abutters was something that was important, then you actually have to hear us out. So thank you. Please consider the fact that we have a citizen petition out here to amend this bylaw and to explain what's actually happening, and put this meeting off until such a time that we actually have a chance for a full town meeting, a full annual town meeting to vote on this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see a hand raised. It's for a phone number. The last three digits I see are 429.
It's an area code 541. Could you identify yourselves?
All right. I understand that I'm unmuted now.
You are, Royce sir. Jones. Good. Royce Jones,
sorry.
Thank you.
Royce Jones, I live at 135 Maple Avenue, and I would like to underscore the comments of the previous two commentators. Both are accurate. The comparison of this proposed facility with the Boswick Gardens is ridiculous, given the difference in the spaces and the difference of the proposed housing development. And also Jeffrey Purcell's comments about proposed parking and traffic are right on target. I live right across the street from the nursing home, and I can tell you that the traffic is already so heavy on Maple Avenue that anyone who comes to visit me in my house has to pull into the driveway. I have pretty much a two-lane driveway, and turn around so that they can drive out without having to back out on the street because it's too dangerous to do so. The facility is much too large for the traffic to be handled on Maple Avenue. We want people to have housing here, but the statements by Attorney Ferris about the traffic are simply ridiculous. If you live here, you understand what the traffic is like, and you understand that the proposed housing development would result in traffic on Maple Avenue, which would be intolerable, not only to the people who already live on Maple Avenue, but to the residents of the new facility. If the facility were approved and developed and rooms were rented out, apartments were rented out, there would be difficulties getting out onto Maple Avenue, and people, being people, would become outraged, and you would find violence erupting on Maple Avenue. That's all I have to say, and I'm sorry if I sound upset about this, but I am. This is ridiculous. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. All right, I do not see any additional hands raised, so if there's anyone else who would like to speak. I see Mr. Jones's hand is still up, but I'm assuming that's just left up. I see Mr. Ferris's hand up. Mr. Ferris, do you want to hold your comments until we finish taking public comments?
Yes, thank you. I don't know if I'm muted or not.
Okay, thank you. I see Bernard Kinane.
Thank you. No, I meant to lower it because my neighbors have so elegantly said what I wanted to say. It's all about perception of your neighborhood that you live in. And I wanted just to say, it's not that we don't want that building developed. We wanted something there. We don't want an eyesore. Can I just say that? We're not advocating for an eyesore. We're advocating for something that's more in character with the neighborhood. And just I echo the others' comments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Purcell, I see your hand raised. Did you have additional comment that you wanted to make? Or is your hand just up from previous?
No, there is one reason. The reason has to do with the cost per space that one of your board members, Garfield, I believe, raised last meeting, the rates, and this is informal, and I'm not able to provide any formal analysis. Are in a realm, and I would venture to believe cannot pay. This could become a white elephant in as much as to rent at the rates that around here pay. Again, that's an informal assessment of what you can see in the papers and what people tell you. So I'd be very interested also in Mr. Ferris's view of that, but also the comparison of parking spots where they're contemplating having 10 additional spots. 40 would be nailed down by the residents of the apartments, but the other 10 could be rented by overflow, or those remainder would be reserved for guests or visitors or possible overnight rentals. I think I read in the letter in the most recent agenda that Mr. Rembold passed to us. So considering that no one knows at the moment who would do the renting, I'm asking that the board consider the models from well-known other places where young people get together, 2 per bedroom, in 1, 2, or 3 bedroom. They all work, they have to pay those rents, and they all need a parking spot. And I'm also aware that parking is a basis on which a permit could be denied. The reason I'm renting, it's important to turned out to be more like a city model where each bedroom was occupied by working adults with cars, not like families with children. Then the development would be up the creek without a paddle from a standpoint of parking, and we know what would happen. People would be parking wherever they could. So to us, that's a real issue, a quality of life issue, as you probably know too well by now. And we're bringing it up because it seems to be overlooked in the presentation and slathered over with confident sounding statistics when comparisons, as Royce said, with Boston Gardens and perhaps certain other comparisons for a good argument, I think is a mistake. Thank you.
So, Mr. Purcell, your connection was a little bit up and down, and I just want to make sure I captured the essence of your comment. You had a comment regarding the cost of the rental units per dwelling unit, and the rates then potentially setting up a scenario where multiple single individuals might rent the space, and therefore that might impact the parking. And the parking being a basis of decision making, you want to make sure that that's evaluated. Did I capture that?
Yes, and that was
accurately?
based on, yes, but it was based on an informal idea. I mean, I've seen it, we've all seen it, where people live. When you're just starting out in life, your children and their significant others will be living together in a room, in a flat with
Yep, shared spaces.
maybe 6 or 8 other people. I mean, we've all seen it, we know it exists. And it's certainly, yeah, shared spaces. And the reason they do it is because it's economical for them to carve up, say, a $3,500 per month, 3-bedroom, liable for around, $550 a month, which can be paid. But at the end of the day, those parking spaces just aren't there, neither with the rentals nor with the assigned parking. And I think that the reason that the developer and his lawyer have not spoken to that is because it's glaringly obvious that that's a flaw in their plan. And the problem with the flaw is that we neighbors are going to have to live with avoidable mistakes like those if you are led by those other interests into making a decision which probably older versions of the bylaws forbade for a reason, that too much
Mr. Purcell, you seem to have a really bad connection at the moment. Sir?
Traffic and too much park noise and light and so forth. That these are.
So, Mr. Purcell, your connection's been in and out. I think we've got the gist of what you are concerned about, though, as far as parking and the number of residents that reside in the location. So I'm gonna just move on to the next individual. Ms. Hockler, I see your hand is raised again. I'd really like to know if there's someone who hasn't spoken yet or hasn't spoken for this proceeding at all, who has something that they'd like to add to the record. So if we could just see if there's anyone else who's maybe new to providing comment on this application, please feel free to raise your hand. So I see E. Topi.
Yeah, Tor Topi, 38 Silver Street. My concerns are less about the number of people, although I do think that this is an oversized development for this neighborhood. I think that the number of units reflected in the plan are overly aggressive, particularly when you take into account the nature of the neighborhood and the number of spaces available. My concern for the residents of this proposed facility, though, has to do with snow removal. When you have all of those cars parked in what is, you have to admit, a very tight space, removing snow is going to be tricky at best, and navigating through the parking lot is going to become a nightmare. So I'm wondering if the planners have developed any sort of viable plan for snow removal. I'd also like to mention, on the basis of the character of the design, I feel that it is wildly out of character with the rest of the neighborhood. If you look at the other things that are on sort of facing that and in the general area, the things tend to be more traditional, more old-fashioned New England. Even the new construction across the street, where, for example, Mr. Jones lives, who was one of the people who submitted a letter. Although that's new construction, it was built in character with the rest of the neighborhood. While the existing structure is not beautiful, it is not unattractive. It is not unappealing. It has a classic look about it that the new plans for this project completely undermine and take it completely out of character with the rest of the neighborhood. So those would be the few comments that I have, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, let's see, Ms. Hockler, do you have something additional to say from what you had offered previously?
I do, thank you. So, one thing that I want to mention is the last time we met in the planning board, we had a conversation about the fact that the building is the size that it is. However, the proposal adds to it. And so if we're talking about looking at reducing some of the units, we could not add to the building. And then, in support of allowing the citizens petition to go through to the town meeting, building materials are insanely expensive right now. I know that we just replaced boards in our deck. It was crazy. So I feel like even from the builder's perspective, with a vaccine and with increased production of building materials, the cost to construct the building is only going to go down if we wait a little while. And so I guess I don't understand what the rush is. And so I think we save money by waiting. I think they save money by not adding to the building. And I think by not adding to the building, they also make it so that there aren't as many units. But I think that it could be financially viable for them if they wait for the cost of building materials to go down. They don't actually add anything to the building. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no additional hands up, I'll return to Mr. Ferris.
Thank you. Is my mic on?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Thanks. I just wanted to, first of all, agree with one comment that somebody made, that probably at Bostwick Gardens there's fewer cars per unit. I think that that's a fair assumption. But I think, and the reason I point that out is because I don't think the neighbors are making fair assumptions about the project that's being proposed here. First of all, there seems to be this fear that there's going to be 4 adults per unit occupying every unit and a deluge of cars. I don't think that's a fair. I think we have to make a reasonable assumption that there's going to be a wide-ranging use of these apartments. Some people will be single or double and have a room for a home office, as is becoming more and more popular. Some people will have children in their bedroom, in their extra bedroom. There's going to be a wide-ranging use of the structure, and so I would urge you to obviously make a reasonable assumption regarding the number of people that are going to be here. Just as the commentator said, we need to make a reasonable assumption that Bostwick Gardens has fewer cars. But so speaking to the density, I mean, the board and the town has voted for a bylaw which allows for the residential use of existing nursing home structures. There's a likelihood, if eventually the building remains vacant, if it's not adaptively reused, then you have developers coming in and carving up the property into many more buildings. I don't think that's a desirable outcome. I don't think that's what the town intended. The request to have a new town meeting and consider a new bylaw is, there's certainly no presumption that that would change what's already been decided. We have applied for a permit under an existing bylaw and are entitled, of course, to a decision on that. And any change in the bylaw after we applied would not apply to our application if it was still pending. The traffic, again, I think we are on one of the busiest streets in the community. I recognize that. I think that's why one of the commentators said, you can't back your car into Route 23. But there is not going to be a deluge of people coming and going from this building. There's going to be a few more cars, possibly on one of the busiest roads. It's not going to be a significant change in traffic or traffic patterns. And again, the comparison to a failed business is an inappropriate way to evaluate the structure. I think I've made the point. I don't want to dwell on it, but eventually, if a developer comes in and as of right puts in a new assisted living or nursing homes into this, there's no reason to presume that an effective developer could not make full use of the structure and thereby have an even greater traffic impact than these few apartments. I did want to point that everybody has a different notion of design. I just do want to point out that, first of all, Great Barrington is filled with a myriad types of architecture, and I certainly don't think we would be adopting a rule that everybody has to put up a clapboard siding New England cottage apartment building. Even on the street down the block, I believe Creative Building Solutions went up recently with a new modern industrial look to it. And we're taking kind of a monolithic brick-faced large structure and creating some interesting angles, lines, materials. I think it is an improvement. And I do want to point out that the project has already gone through the design review committee and found to be appropriate for the community. So I do believe that, not carving up the structure, it's also an environmentally friendly way to use the property. Demolition and total reconstruction has a greater impact on the environment than reuse. So I believe the construction process, in that sense, is less intrusive on the community and potentially faster. The traffic, again, is not significantly impacted on this major street, and the parking is sufficient. It's much greater than other multifamily projects that the town has approved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, do we have any questions? We'll start with Jonathan.
I have no further questions for the developer.
Malcolm?
No, I have no questions.
Jeremy?
I do have a question. It goes to something that Garfield had asked at I believe the previous meeting. So with their how they addressed the evacuation plan, I'm wondering with the units that are occupied by handicapped individuals, or the handicapped units specifically, if there's going to be anything more than I think it was like a booklet provided, could there be could the evacuation plan be gone over with the residents of those units? And then also, I mean, this might be a stretch, but then also units with children, and it's more just having at the point of when the rental agreements are made that the incoming residents sign off on the evacuation plan. So that was one thing. The other question I have for the applicant is what about parking agreements with tenants? I don't know. I can't remember if I brought this up before. Not with this project. And I guess it's a question for the applicant, but also I guess a question for Chris and how far our purview is to make conditions. And I'm wondering about this, that if there could be some sort of parking agreement made with tenants to see how it goes. So
can we just drill into that just to get to
Yeah.
the heart of the matter? So your question is, one, can this board require some sort of parking agreement as a condition of the approval?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a question to Chris, is if that's in our purview?
Yeah, and then where it would go on, if it would be a part of the special permit or part of the site plan. And then, yeah, I guess that's my, and then also too, there was a couple of things that in the response to the questions weren't addressed. I mean, it's a big site, and I know there's probably plenty of space to put the snow that isn't parking on the site. And so I wasn't that concerned with that. But I didn't think that that was addressed in the response. And then also oh shoot, I lost it. So the chain link fence, was it the southern western abutter that had
Western.
the concern?
The western abutter.
The western, yeah. So the southern western abutter. So that also wasn't addressed by the applicant. And like I understand that there's not going to be dogs living outside. I think the abutters' concerns were more as people go out to walk their dogs. Like, of course, they should be leashed the whole time, but and that could be part of an agreement. But that if the dogs do get off leash, that if there was some barrier between them and the neighbor's dog who is not on a leash because they have an invisible fence. And I think I have one more thing. Sorry. I mean, I think my other things are just comments and not questions.
Okay, well, we are going to get into deliberation phase, I hope. And so maybe save the comments. The other thing I'd like to just throw out generally for both the members of the public that are here and also for the board for us to remember is that if we think about when another board has a special permit that we consider and we have site plan review, we let that special permit go through its process before we do site plan review. And that is the same case here. There is still a site plan review that will need to happen. And so I am comfortable that some of our site plan questions that may not be worked out in infinite detail at this point in time may not need to be answered as part of the special permit considerations. So if we can just keep that in mind. And so for members of the public, just so you understand, it's a two-part process. A special permit is subject to site plan review, but a site plan application is yet to be made. So items that are normally in our site plan review process, things like the details of grading and lighting and parking and circulation, those although they are framed up in the special permit process, the minutia and the details can get worked out in the site plan.
But so
there were some.
Go ahead, Chris.
Do you want me to respond, Brandy?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I just want to point out, I mean, the developer can as well, but there was a description of parking agreements included in their submittal. So that will be in place on tenant leases. In terms of snow storage, it's shown on the plans. And in terms of back to the parking, if the board through its findings process were to make a finding that the parking is not going to work for these reasons, and we're absolutely going to, we're okay with it in general, but we have these concerns that it won't work, then it's conceivable you could put conditions on to mitigate those concerns. Maybe that would be in the form of requiring conditions on tenant leases. I don't think that would be too far out of bounds as long as it follows a natural progression through your deliberations. But I think the developer has already addressed that issue. So
Chris, and that was my other question, is just because I saw that, but if was reading it correctly, it's the agreement to rent 10 additional spaces off-site. Is that correct? That's what you're talking about for the parking?
They're not off-site.
There was, and again, I'll defer to the applicant. I don't need to make their case for them, but the material you received described how one bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments would be limited to 1 space each, I believe. Limited. They could rent more if they wanted, but that is what they would get. So again, if this board, through its deliberation after you close the hearing, finds an issue there, you could enter that territory if you thought it was needed.
So this is where I'm unclear. So I get that, but where I'm unclear is that, so I think the concerns that the residents have is, applicants or tenants may agree that there's, that they may have 1 space or whatever number of spaces they have, but if they have more cars than that, like the agreement isn't to say, that if you have more cars than what you're allotted, then you're going to find, parking not, on the street, not, in the abutters, whatever, right away or whatever. And so that's where I was going with it.
I understand. I can't answer that question, so.
But my question is, can we put those kind of conditions on?
If, again, through your process, if you find that is an issue, you can put reasonable conditions on a permit.
Okay.
All right, I've lost my place as who I asked for comments. Malcolm, did I ask you if you had any comments?
And Jonathan.
I think I was going to Garfield next.
You did ask me, and
I won't forget you, Pedro.
I am interested in hearing about the dog policy. Are tenants going to be required to keep the dogs on leash? And if not, will the property be enclosed with a dog walk or with a fenced in?
Mr. Ferris, can you answer that?
Well, I think, the answer is, first of all, I believe the town has a leash law, but in any multifamily apartment building that I've seen that allows for pets, there's always grounds to evict someone if they abuse the privilege of having a dog and the dog is a nuisance, whether that means by noise, by not being on leashes, not picking up after your dog. All of these things, if there's the occasional irresponsible, impolite tenant, that's grounds to remove someone. We haven't we haven't drafted a lease yet for a building that doesn't exist, but we would certainly have protections in there, not only for the neighbors, but primarily also for the other tenants who don't want to be bothered by dogs that are not properly controlled. So I don't think this is a serious issue, but of course the board can impose a leash requirement, or in your site plan review, if you believe a fence is necessary for reason, I think that's certainly something you could address. As I said, I mean, if I owned a dog and was walking them next to Route 23, the last thing I would be doing is letting my dog off the leash next to Route 23. But that's.
I think we've got it. Thank you.
For that, Mr. Gross. You raised a good point for me, and that is that it's just as important to have unruly dogs handled for the other tenants as it is for your neighbors.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so that I want to second that as well. It was like those kind of common sense explanations are often important to bring out in this process.
Thank you.
Garfield, do you have a question?
I do. I would like to piggyback what I had said earlier and what Jeremy had said, because I have not heard an answer, but I really do think that there does need to be a pamphlet printed, and I do think that people in the handicap do indeed need to be trained, and maybe they should have periodic training for everyone in a building like that for fire drills. They're pretty important. You do it in school, protect our children. You might as well do it here to protect families that are going to be living there. But I had not heard an answer to that. And I have a couple of comments, or do you want me to wait on my comments or not?
If your comments are more for deliberation and things that should be considered as we work through the points of the special permit, I'd say please reserve them. But if it's a question that you have where we need to elicit some additional information from the applicant, then please ask it as a question.
All right, then I'll hold the others, but I would ask that question to Jeremy follow up on my question be answered, because we have not heard an answer.
Sure. Okay.
And the others, I'll wait till we get to the right.
Okay.
So Garfield, they did have the pamphlet, evacuation pamphlet plan in their in the most recent additions to the application.
Excellent. But have they done any training, or will they be?
Well, that.
Let's see if they get a project first. All right.
All right. All right with that.
Pedro, do you have any comments or questions for the applicant? I'm sorry, not comments, questions.
Yeah, I've got two. I've lost track of the handicap units. I see one on the ground floor, but I lost track of if there's any others. And my other comment and question is about parking. So I appreciate that that you've recognized that it's a possibility to rent parking spaces separately from apartments. So I'm wondering if the developers ever considered unbundling all of the parking in an attempt to lower the rents. It's commonly known that rents include the price of parking in them. So I wonder if unbundling has ever been an option for the developer.
I don't think that we've considered that. I'll let Sam or speak to it.
Well, the bylaw sets a floor in this case. Sorry.
Yeah, but that floor doesn't say that they have to assign a parking space to a unit. The parking is there. What I'm suggesting is that they get unbundled. For example, if somebody doesn't own a car, they'll be paying monthly $15, $20, $30, as much as $50 a month in rent for a parking space that they can't use. So the parking is there. I'm not saying to reduce the parking.
So I did read that wrong.
It's certainly something that we haven't really specifically explored that as a concept, but I mean, we certainly could look into that type of a concept. I mean, we do like this site because of its sort of walkability to things for sure, or bikeability, but still it is a rural area. So, you know, sort of the overall assumption would be that a unit would need a car for, you know, some level of transportation, but it's certainly something I would be interested to explore further.
How about the handicap units? That seems like a quick answer.
Okay, so can I take that one?
Yes, please, Nick.
There is in the northwest corner of the building on the garden level and on the first floor, there is a handicap unit, and there are only 2 handicap units. They're both 2 bedrooms. They're slightly oversized units, precisely for that reason. And as I've mentioned before, all the other flats in the building are handicapped adaptable. All the other units have handicapped adaptable bathrooms and kitchens, but of course, a 2-story unit is a 2-story unit.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, the only question I have is one about whether the applicant would be opposed to a neutral color palette for exterior alterations.
Is that my question?
Yes.
Well,
I mean, it's your client's question, so.
I'll go out on a limb and I'll speak for my client, particularly since the client isn't here. And I think the answer is yes. The color is something that you have to put some kind of color in the drawing when you present to a board like this. And we're happy to go through some sort of a community review process on the color.
Okay.
Can I take this opportunity to answer some of the other issues that were brought up, or is this inappropriate?
Sure, go ahead, please.
Okay. So I hope I don't mispronounce the name, but Mr. Shimon was concerned about lighting and said that he didn't understand it. First, I'm perfectly willing to offer my time and go over and explain to him and walk the site with him and explain to him what we're proposing to do in more specifics, if that's something that would be helpful to him. I also want to mention that the closest light that we are proposing to his site is 120 feet from his boundary. And that is at the front driveway leading out in front of the building. And after that, the next closest light is 175 feet away. So I don't think that the lights are going to have much impact on him at all. I think there was an issue about the snow removal. It was mentioned that it's on the site plan. We are showing 6 snow storage areas around the parking lot on the site plan. So we most definitely took that into account. And I think if there's a request or a discussion about the possibility of putting a fence on the west side of the site, I think that is something we would definitely be open to. It may not be a chain link fence because we prefer probably to do something that's aesthetically different. And we're open to discussing that particular issue as well.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else that you wanted to address, Nick?
Yes, there is one other thing. We have approached various management companies, one of which, although there has not been a selection made, but one of them is Berkshire Housing, who by the way, operate Boswick. And it would be standard fare for them to do a training course for all tenants in terms of the evacuation process for the building. That is not an unusual thing for a management company to do, and it would be expected. I think we're all interested in maximizing the safety of the tenants. And we have tried to design the building in such a way that handicapped people that are living in the building in wheelchairs have a series of different ways in which they can address an emergency situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sam, was there anything else you wanted to add?
No, not at this time.
Okay, board members, if you don't have any further questions, like to entertain a vote to close the hearing.
So moved.
Jonathan, do we have a second?
Second.
Pedro gets the second, Malcolm, because you're muted. Okay, great. Okay, do we have any further discussion on the motion? We'll do a roll call. Jonathan?
Aye.
Malcolm?
Aye.
Pedro?
Aye.
Jeremy?
Aye.
Brandy? Aye. All right, board members. So the next item is deliberation by the board. and Mr. Rumble had prepared for us some draft findings, as well as some documentation on the project, including some of the items that have been presented to us this evening. Chris, are you able to put that on the screen so that we can look at it as we go down through it?
Yeah, I'll put it on screen and you can discuss and change and edit. I want to emphasize again for the record that preparing a draft such as this is pretty standard procedure for our town, at least since I've been in this position. I prepare a draft set of findings and decision statement for the select board for all of their special permits, as well as for this board when I think it can help guide the discussion. The primary goal of that document is to ensure that you are aware of all of the information that's been submitted and all of the decision criteria that you must go through before reaching a decision. You may not agree with the findings, and that is fine. You can revise at will, but what is important is that you proceed methodically through those criteria to reach your decision. So with that, I'll put it up on screen, Brandy, and you can guide the discussion.
Before you do that, Chris, can we address for Ms. Hockler's benefit the process for zoning amendment? Because as Mr. Ferris had brought up, this application that we are currently considering is under the current zoning bylaw, and therefore there is an obligation by this board to consider it on those terms. And because there's no moratorium or anything of that nature in place, there's not a process for us to hold off on that review at this time.
Right. There's not a process, but unless the board in its discussions had found areas where information was absent and you didn't get all the information you requested, or you couldn't make findings one way or the other. Unless you needed more information, that would be a reason to leave the hearing open. But once information is requested and received, and there's really no reason to leave the hearing open. And in fact, it would, particularly for a hearing that's now been open for 3 months, it would open all sides to probably some due process claims. I think in this case, the board has heard information from the petitioner as well as from people for and against in a reasonable manner and in a timely manner. The zoning, and so I'll just conclude that by saying that it does seem an appropriate time to conclude the public hearing portion. Once a public hearing is closed, the board has a certain number of days to issue a decision. So you may not issue one tonight. It's entirely up to you. But the board must move to a decision. Proactively to a decision, one way or the other. You can't just leave it hanging out there. So that's the first thing. The other thing that was mentioned was, yes, there was a zoning amendment petition filed by 10 citizens, and 10 of the 11 signatures on that were certified. So it's a valid petition to the select board to have a zoning amendment considered at town meeting. That petition was received last week after a advertisement for zoning amendments had already been sent to the Eagle. So because this board had already sent zoning amendments to the select board and prepared the zoning amendment public hearing. So the new petition that was received last week from the 10 residents, its first stop will be at a select board meeting, which I think is the 22nd. So the process is that petitioners go to the select board. The select board then refers zoning amendments to the planning board for a public hearing. So the planning board has not officially received that. It will officially receive that from the select board. after the select board's meeting of the 22nd. And that petition has not been advertised, though it will be advertised on 23rd of March, most likely, I think, is the Eagle publication date. So I just wanted folks to know where that stood in the process versus where this hearing was. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Randy, can I just?
Yeah, hold on, Malcolm first and then Jonathan.
Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is that even if there were changes made to the bylaw at the next town meeting, the applicants would still be under the current bylaw. They wouldn't necessarily have to conform to a new bylaw after they've already applied for a special permit.
The details of what rights are vested and when are complicated, and I prefer not to get out the book. But it is proper to consider the application under the bylaw under which it was submitted. So you're proceeding along how you are supposed to.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, I just want to make clear to people watching this that if the special permit were granted, then it would be filed with the town clerk. And then there's a 20 day, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, I think it's a 20-day appeal period by which any legal appeal has to be filed. And only after that appeal period has expired will it actually be recorded.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right. So I'd like to thank everyone for their comments. We appreciate the effort everyone takes to join us in these meetings. We're going to be proceeding through the draft findings, which is a record of the materials received and the comments received and the discussions had. And then Chris has prepared draft findings, which we will discuss on a line-by-line basis. And we welcome you all to hang in here with this meeting for the duration. But with that, I guess, Chris, we can go ahead and proceed. The first items are principally about what materials have been received and the timing of those materials.
Yeah, unless you feel I've missed something glaring there, I think section A is probably pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I did not think that you missed anything there. Just double checking that. I think the only thing I wanted to make sure we had captured were the most current dates of drawings that had been received. And I think specifically Jonathan had that comment about the discrepancy between the landscape plan and the site plan, and that the site plan would, as far as site layout, would supersede the landscape plan.
I will note for the record here that the revised landscape plan shown tonight with the evergreen trees properly marked is dated 3/11/21R, as in revision. The site plan that you saw tonight that showed the handicap spaces close to the building as well as a path to the front of the door, that's dated 3/11/21 as well. There's no R after it. It's only the lighting plan got that R. But I will note the lighting plan here.
I think you have it in number 14.
I'm just noting this on the side there. Oh, thanks. Thanks. I'll correct it later, but there we go.
All right, thanks.
Can I mention it's not the lighting plan, it's the landscape plan?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving on to section B, general findings. These are documentation of the characteristics of the property as far as its land use, zoning overlays, and the layout of the site with the existing building, its footprint, its capacity, its other developed features such as the parking lot, the 49 parking spaces, and then the total impervious area, which is computed as the coverage for the lot. And then some comments about the location of the site and its relationship to a mix of residential and commercial uses, its proximity on the state highway and the condition of the state highway. And then we move into a discussion of the proposed plan with the building, the changes of the building, increasing the capacity of the building and the total square footage of the building, the number of units, which is listed as 30, the accompanying amenities that are proposed, and then makes reference to the elevations and perspective views that have been provided of the building. Then moving on to parking spaces. So I know there's been discussion around parking, but Chris, thank you for spelling out 50 parking spaces for 30 units. It's 1.67 spaces per unit. The provision of the drop-off, the conversion of the existing driveway to a one-way looping system with a dedicated entrance and exit, and then a discussion on stormwater management, that there's no change in the impervious area, and that there are drainage control structures that are being proposed. Landscape plantings, providing screening to the southwest abutting residents and in front of all the parking areas, existing mature trees remaining, and then site lighting. Do you mind adding that it's 14-foot pole mounted lights? Because that is consistent with the zoning. And I believe Nick told us that there's building mounted lighting that's limited to the single light at the one corner.
Yeah, the southeast corner.
No, there's additional one on the north, northeast. It's on the northern elevation on the eastern end.
So just to clarify, the previous version that we saw had lights that were mounted on the building that were providing like a light wash on the building. Those have been removed.
Yes.
And the lights that are now shown are area lights for each of the corners on the north side of the building.
Yeah, there's one, sort of the southeast corner, which is shining over the path from the handicap units, if you will, to the front door.
Mm-hmm.
There's one on the, what we'll call the north elevation, that's shining over a portion of the back parking lot. So there are two building mounted lights. That's shown in the lighting plan.
Right, and then Nick, other than that, is it just egress lighting? Like, is there a illumination under the canopy?
There is illumination. We haven't designed it yet, but there will be some localized building lighting in the canopy, underneath the canopy.
And then at exit doors, as is required by code.
Of course.
Okay. So Chris, maybe we can capture the limited building mounted lighting. I mean, there's no longer the aesthetic building mounted lighting. It's really limited to functional building lighting.
Everybody okay with that change?
Yes. Yep.
Was that 14 foot in the right place, Jonathan? Mounted at 14 feet.
I think we get the gist.
Okay, I'll fix it later.
Can I just mention that the building mounted lights are also at 14.
Okay, thank you. 14 feet or less, I guess, since we're talking about a variety of building mounted lights.
That is true.
Okay, as far as site utilities, the existing building has services for sewer, water, natural gas, and electricity. Some modifications may be required, but the building is served and there's adequate capacity. And then moving on to comments regarding supporting and opposing this proposal.
Just to reiterate, these are in the record.
Yeah.
This is a gross summary,
Yeah.
but just wanted you all to know that.
Yeah. So everybody's individual comments that they've made are included in the record in their specific formats. And you've taken an overview summary here, Chris, just to capture some of the primary elements related to traffic, vehicle hazards, parking, scale and character of the project, and impacts from lights and other activities on site. Those are primarily the summary on the comments that are in opposition to the project, and those in favor are for rehabilitation of a defunct building, in continued support of the tax base, creating of rental housing units, in consistency with the master plan. Then this project has gone through the special permit review process and been considered by other boards. The other boards have made their determinations, which are part of the record. The select board made a positive recommendation and suggested a row of trees between the proposed facility and the closest abutter. Design advisory committee reviewed and made a positive recommendation. Proposal requires site plan approval from the planning board, and that is not issued as part of this special permit decision. So then moving on to consistency with 810 conversion to multifamily use. Let's see. Do you guys want to go through these one by one?
I suggest you go through each one,
Yep.
see if you have changes and or consensus, and move along.
Okay, so 810.2, the scale of the proposed building, the scale of the proposal, whether in existing and or in additions or new structures, is not more detrimental to the residential neighborhood than the existing or previous nursing home use. So the language that's been offered is that the building was constructed in the 1960s. It's existing in the neighborhood and has been for many years. It is an existing. Chris, I had a comment about this.
Just to save your voice, Brandy, you can probably don't need to read each one, but
we'll go through each.
Probably summarize each.
A comment about the building being a 2-story building with 1 story mostly below grade. I think we want to say a 2-story building with a garden or a basement level mostly below grade, because it's
plus 1 story.
Correct.
Plus 1 story in a garden level.
Is that the appropriate term for the existing building?
It would be basement. It wouldn't be garden. Basement is actually a term in the building code.
So if it's a basement level, we can strike mostly below grade then? Is that right, Pedro?
Well, yeah, because if it's a basement, it assumes that 50% of its height is above grade.
50% of its height is above grade. Okay.
I think
So,
we would say
50% of its height, all right. 50% of its height is below grade.
Below grade, yes. Not above grade.
So where's the other 50%?
Yeah,
above
exactly.
grade? I think
It's like glass half
if you
full, half
compare it to the definition of a cellar, the cellar is strictly defined as more than 50% of its height is below grade. So in either case, we're not writing down the definition. We're just using the term basement, which
I think
believe is the
basement
accurate
captures
one.
it. I just wanted to make it clear that it's a 2-story building and a basement, not, I was reading that more as a 2-story building with 1 below grade. So.
Good.
Okay, we'll move on then. So proposal will add a 1/2 story and not expand the footprint.
So should we discuss this finding at all, or are we going to discuss each finding? Or are we
Yes.
just- I think it's important to note that the initial proposal, in my opinion, exceeded the boundaries of what was permitted in terms of height and structure. But this revised proposal does fit in, and as far as the scale of the proposal, I don't believe it significantly alters the scale of the existing structure.
That's a good comment.
Some consensus there to mention
Yes.
the large scale of the initial proposal. I can add it in if you.
I don't know that it needs to be.
I don't know that it's germane at this point because it's no longer on the table.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily.
Why is it not germane? Wouldn't it be germane as a discussion around mitigation?
Or deliberations.
Well, I think
This
that
board
one-
didn't ask, sorry, John, this board didn't ask for the mitigation. This board asked the proposal to follow the bylaw, and that's what was submitted
Okay.
and to be considered.
But nevertheless, I think the revised proposal is well within what would be considered, a major expansion of the mass of that building.
All right, so from a zoning standpoint, the language here indicates that the zoning is being complied with this proposal.
And scale here is taken to mean a measurement, not a feeling or a character. That's dealt with elsewhere in this decision. This is scale as in measurement.
Size.
Yeah,
Size.
and in a case where it's an existing building, the scale is set.
Yeah, and so it's a question of how much is being added to it. And there is something being added to it, but I think it still retains the scale.
What is being added is within what is permissible under the zoning.
Well, and they're also raising the ground level around it and creating areaways in front of those lower level windows. But that, in effect, diminishes the height of the building.
Interesting.
I have a question.
Do you have a question, or did you break up there, Jeremy? I can't hear what you're.
No, I have a question I'm sorry, this is going back to the, I think the previous paragraph, the under 1, buildings in the immediate vicinity are between 1 and 2 stories in height. Is it most of the buildings in the immediate vicinity? There's not any 2.5 story buildings in the immediate vicinity? I mean, what do we mean by immediate vicinity? Are we talking about Maple Ave?
I think I would interpret it as Maple Ave, and the ones I can think of that are taller than 2 stories are where the day spa is and where the dentist office is. Yeah, those are 2.5.
And what about but on the other side of the train track, that's also Maple Ave, right?
Correct.
And there's not the one with the apartment building there. That's
The water
2 stories
company
or 2.5? Oh, is that what it's called?
80 Maple you're talking about.
Yeah, 80 Maple. Thank you.
That's not 2.5.
Well, I think I was not necessarily going past the railroad tracks.
Okay.
But in more immediate vicinity than that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was just wondering if that should say that most of the building. Anyway.
Sure.
Anyone? I need some guidance there.
So if you scroll back down to 1, please, Chris.
Oops, sorry.
And so the comment comes in that first paragraph, third sentence. Most
Do you want the
buildings.
word most there, everybody?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so the question as far as the final
Oh.
statement,
There should have been a half there. That's missing half. Brian? I was missing the word half, Jeremy.
then you don't need
Then I-
most.
Then I don't need most. Okay.
Did you miss that, John?
Okay.
Okay, so the conclusionary statement for that finding, the planning board finds the scale of the proposed building, I guess, right, Chris, is not more detrimental to the residential neighborhood than the existing for previous nursing home use. I think that's accurate. The building exists. The building's going to be modified within the context of the zoning. The size is predetermined at this point in time. So I think that that's an accurate statement. How does everybody else feel?
Yep.
Hearing no comments, we'll move on to number 2. Public or private roadways and driveways which lead to the property are of adequate design with and condition to handle the proposed traffic. So, this site does enter onto the state highway, 2-lane state highway with wide shoulders on either side, sidewalk on the westbound side. State highway is designed to handle significant number of cars. It's recently paved.
I think it's classified as an arterial, but I couldn't find the actual classification, so I didn't mention it.
Okay. I mean, I think converting the driveways to one-way is an improvement at the site. It controls the traffic flow. I did take a look at the alignment of the exit driveway, and it appears appropriately aligned so that headlights aren't shooting into anybody's home directly. It's across from the existing, across from an existing driveway, so it's not directly into anybody's home. So I think that is definitely an appropriate modification for improving traffic circulation at the site.
So,
does anybody have any other suggestions or inclusions regarding the entrances?
Does this finding deal with the adequacy of Route 23, Maple Avenue?
I believe this finding is with regard to the entrances onto that highway, not necessarily the highway itself. Although I think there's an opportunity to sort of see is the use of that entrance compatible with the capacity of the highway?
This is written broadly to include the highway.
Yeah, and
Public or private roads.
Yeah, I guess my comment on that would be if this were like a town street and they were going to put 30 units on a town street, then it would be appropriate really to worry about the road leading to the project. But this is a state highway, and I understand the concern of the people who live on this state highway, but it is a state highway, and once, when I'm driving on that road, once I get past Dunkin' Donuts, I think it's pretty clear sailing. So, when I'm going westbound, so I do think that Maple Avenue is more than adequate to handle the in and out of this apartment, and I agree with what they did, but use the one way in and out of the property.
I think some of these things are answered in the next point as well, Malcolm.
Okay.
I have a question. I have a question about the finding. So, is it a finding just comparing the uses, or are we? Because what was brought up by a lot of the
This is not comparing uses. This is a finding of what is proposed. It's not comparing it to any past, previous, or future use. It's dealing with the instant in front of you.
but it says the traffic generated by so the conclusion is the traffic generated by this project.
You're one ahead.
Yeah, you're ahead of us. We're on 2.
Oh, we're on 2. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. Got it.
So the question at hand is the highway in adequate condition to accept the use, and is the use matched up to the highway? I'm sorry, is the configuration of the driveway matched up to the highway?
Got it.
So I think the planning board finds that the roads and driveways which lead to the property are of adequate design, width, and condition to handle the proposed traffic is accurate.
I would say so.
Yes.
Okay.
Jeremy, number 3 is a comparison, yes.
Yeah, so then moving on to traffic
sorry.
will not severely change the residential character of the neighborhood. So here is where there's the discussion around the evaluation of proposed uses. And in both cases, the proposed uses are compared at a maximum to be conservative.
So we're not, for the purposes of the special permit, we're not comparing it to existing conditions?
No, we are not comparing it.
You have to compare it to what is permitted there, which is an 88-bed nursing home with a special permit.
So think of it this way, Jeremy. If it was vacant land and we were going to put an 88-bed, we were entertaining a proposal to put an 88-bed nursing home there, we would have to look at the maximum capacity and anticipated traffic, right?
No, I got that. But what I'm wondering is, just because of all of the comment that they got, so I'm just wondering if, even if you were to take out the trips for the, like, even just talking about the additional trips per day or during peaks for the applicant, or for the intended use. So I mean, I don't know, and we've talked about this before. Like Malcolm and I have experience with a street that has, I guess it could almost be considered that the project that I live in could be considered the same kind of scale as this project, and then the street that it goes out onto. I mean, we're talking about Stockbridge Road and not Maple Ave, but and my experiences because I tend to leave and return during peak, and so Malcolm and I have, I mean, in other at other points, not during this application, but talked about what that looks like, and yeah, and I don't see. I just don't know how it fits in with how it fits in here.
Jeremy, I'm not sure I'm following your point.
So two things. Let me just reshare the screen. The first paragraph is a comparison of the proposed use to the permitted nursing home, which has not gone away. And that permit has not gone away. Even if this permit was granted and this developer didn't want to proceed, that old nursing home for 88 beds is still there and could be used.
Mm-hmm.
The second paragraph is comparing the proposal to the existing traffic count on the road. So that is maybe including the existing condition of the nursing home at very low capacity. So the last sentence of that second paragraph discusses 5,900 vehicles per day.
And
versus 163 added by this use. Unfortunately, there weren't any better counts in this area. We have counts on West Avenue. We have counts on Silver Street from probably 6, 8, 10 years ago. Silver Street itself was maybe 2,000, almost 2,500 a day, I think, if I remember correctly. So that may, this 5,800 you see may be low. there may be more in front of the nursing home. I don't know. We just have no way to know that.
Yeah.
The important point here is that 5894 possibly includes and reflects what's happening in the nursing home now.
So I have a question.
As best we can, I think.
I have a comment, I guess. Proposed traffic will not severely change the residential character of the neighborhood. I'm not sure I agree that there's a residential character to this neighborhood. 4 out of the 8 properties on the north side of the state highway are commercial properties. So it's 50%. It's 50% commercial, 50% residential. It's also, when you talk about residential character of the neighborhood, it is on a state highway.
Yes, it is on a state highway.
Are you suggesting to add? So the italics above is the bylaw that we're dealing with, but would you like to add a finding in here that says, the character is not entirely residential or something along what you just said?
I think that's a fair thing, and also the pointing out that it is on a state highway.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, could we start with that, Chris? Above, according to the traffic engineer's report? I do believe the traffic engineer's report did lay out at least the state highway component.
So,
like this? Where do you want this?
So my comment, Brandy, was...
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Jonathan, I just want to get this on paper before you start.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Something like that?
Yeah, 4 of 8. 4 of 8 properties.
I always think that's west side. I get so confused by these directions.
I'll say west. I'll say north side / westbound. As it goes northeasterly, southwesterly.
Yeah, I know.
If you're going eastbound, it's still northern.
I'm just... Yeah, I was just thinking of where the sun goes down.
In Egremont.
It goes down on one side of the street and rises on the other side of the street.
Hold on, let's
So it's
just
at an
let
angle.
Chris get this down.
Have I captured that to your? Is there some consensus there?
Did we capture previously that Maple Ave is Mass Route
You have to say
23?
something about the fact that it is a state highway, so that's not how we characterize residential neighborhoods.
That is mentioned in the general findings, Jonathan. Maple
Okay.
Avenue, also known as Massachusetts State Route 23 and 41.
You've mentioned that. You could mention it here again. You have heard comments from people living here that they certainly do consider this, while lots of traffic, they do consider it their residential neighborhood.
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Garfield.
Chris, what did you mean by, I'm not sure how you're tying that in. What did you mean by the people consider it a problem? Because they do, is what it sounds like I'm hearing.
Yeah. So the planning board is making a finding here that it is not entirely residential. I didn't, and there was discussion of the state highway, but wanted to remind the board that even though it's a state highway and there's a lot of traffic, there are still residences here, and there is at least still partially a residential neighborhood. That's all. I just wanted to put that out there. The board is
note that it is an issue for the neighborhood, or the people in it are having an issue. Can that be in there anywhere or not? I don't know. I'm asking because it's obvious that they do feel that way, and it's obviously looking like the planning board is not.
We do capture.
I think it's also.
Go ahead, Pedro.
I was
Well, that
just gonna
actually
say that I think
answer,
it's also obvious that they consider it their residential neighborhood because it's where they live. but they have to, at some point, begin to consider that there are businesses surrounding them.
So what
It
does that
isn't
mean, Pedro? So what? Is businesses
It
around?
means that they actually that it's not characterized as a residential neighborhood. It should not be. It should be characterized as a mixed-use neighborhood.
Right, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It is a mixed-use neighborhood.
Can I
mean,
just ask that Chris answer my questions, please?
I thought he answered it.
I didn't think he did. You
Okay.
didn't say anything.
Could you
Pedro
ask it
started
again?
talking first.
Could you please ask it again?
Yeah, I was asking him whether or not that could be included, that the residents feel that there is an issue. And I don't think he answered that.
Right. No, I didn't get in there, but it's up to the board. You could include it here. You could mention it again. The planning board has heard that residents, this is, well, I'm fumbling for words here, but
No, it's okay. I was going to say, so we say in the general findings that some objections centered on traffic impacts with concerns that the proposal will add too much more traffic to an already busy road.
Okay.
Garfield, so that is included?
But so this is to the point that I was trying to make earlier, is that at least, and I don't want to put words in Malcolm's mouth, but where we are living so I'm living in a 32, I believe, unit development that exits onto a street, or that's off of the street that exits onto Route 7 North, so Stockbridge Road. And I talked about this not in this hearing, but I'm never behind more than, I think I can count the times I've been behind two cars. It's very few times. Usually I'm only at most waiting behind one car to exit. And then entering is easy because I'm not waiting to enter.
So anecdotally, are you just offering the fact that you've not experienced any kind of delay entering or exiting onto the state highway from your location, Jeremy?
Yes, and so this is not, I don't think this is part of the findings, but we talked about this with other proposed developments, and I think that what at least what we've observed and been shown is that, so a project like this, especially exiting onto a main artery, so like whether it's like a northerly boundary of Great Barrington, and then I think 23 we can consider the main artery, like southern westerly boundary or artery of Great Barrington, that because the traffic is already so high, that projects like this don't greatly impact it.
Yes, and that is what Chris has captured in trying to lay out the percent increase comment.
And so I think, so we're not saying that the existing condition is not busy, but I think the point is that the addition of the proposed project wouldn't have a great impact. And I think that's what it says, but it's
okay.
More.
I've added a small statement in there to capture Garfield's suggestions.
I think your statement added is a good one to be complete about capturing the record. Malcolm, what did you want to add?
I have a serious problem with implying that this is not a residential neighborhood. I don't think it's necessary.
Implying that it's not?
That whole
we're saying not entirely.
The character of the neighborhood, I don't think matters.
Would you like to just say planning board finds 4 of the 8 properties are commercial, or just?
I don't think that matters at all, because what this deals to is the residential. How does it change the residential character of the neighborhood? Okay. Well, the residential character of the neighborhood is that it's a mix of So maybe I'm arguing against myself here, but
You did make a very convincing statement right there at the end.
But I do think we should be careful. And I reading through this again, I think it's okay. But we have to be careful in not saying there aren't residences in this neighborhood or implying that this isn't a residential neighborhood, because it is.
Where your home is your residence, absolutely. And when you have more than one of you, it's a neighborhood.
Yeah.
So,
but I do think the residential, when we talk about the residential character of the neighborhood, that has taken into consideration.
right. But what we're trying to drive at is whether or not proposed traffic will seriously impact that. And when we're looking at the maximum build out of the nursing home, which is permitted, and the maximum build out of the proposed residential use, the actual maximums, both comparing two maximums, is the residential use is less. So ostensibly it could have less impact than the nursing home.
And,
and the capacity of the highway is high, and the highway capacity can absorb that. And as Chris pointed out, that count is probably dated at such that the nursing home was still in operation at that point in time in any capacity. And so we may see a reduction in numbers.
So, but I think this goes back to Jeremy's statement, just his anecdote that even if there were no nursing home trips, the additional trips of this size of a project is not going to really, truly adversely impact Maple Avenue.
Yeah, take 163 trips per day and divide it by 12 hours or several segments of 2 hours. You're not talking about that many trips.
May I say something, please?
I think that's the main point.
Okay. Garfield, what?
I have a couple things. One is, it sounds to me, and I could be wrong, but it seems like I always have a lot of different thoughts than you, Kat. But it sounds to me that we're saying, if you're going to read this, first of all, we're saying to acknowledge that the concerns it has received regarding traffic on the Maple Avenue. However, the planning board finds that basically in their end, we're saying that we don't think that's a problem. And you've just had umpty-nine people say it's a problem. So how can we say it's a problem? Let me finish, Brandon.
So we have to look at.
Go ahead. Then I'll go ahead.
So we have to make our decisions based on as much factual information as possible. This isn't an emotional decision. And the fact of the matter is, on a state highway with a very high capacity, 163 trips, although that may sound like a scary large number, is really not a very large number when it's spread out over the course of a day.
Well, see, the problem I'm having is none of us live there on that street, and we're all making a decision for these people, and we're saying this as, statistics can be made to read any way you want them,
We got to start somewhere.
But that's what we're doing. You can use it to make them look like they don't look great. You can make it look like it looks fantastic. You have people that live in that neighborhood are saying this is going to be a problem. And we're saying, no, it's not. Because we don't think 163 cars are going to mean anything. And we might not even drive up and down that road, or doesn't. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't. It's not listening. The people on here are obviously not happy about it. They're saying we don't mind it being less. We're going to accept it. But listen, man, you have to listen to us. This is what we're telling you.
We do have to listen. You're right. We have to listen.
And
but we
can be made any way they want. You know that.
Yeah. No, stop, please. Everyone. We have to make decisions based on factual information. We do, Garfield. We don't have a choice. We can't just make it because I feel
it's not. We're not there. We don't have the real facts. People have stated that the way they've done these, their studies are not real. Okay. You've heard people say that they're not real studies.
This is an important discussion.
Garfield,
let Malcolm speak.
Go ahead.
What do you think, Garfield? Number one is I agree with you. But when Mr. Purcell was talking about the reality versus theoretical in terms of the traffic, right. Well, we have theoretical numbers. What we don't have are any numbers relating to the nursing home as it was. So the only numbers we have are the numbers that we get from the standards. the other thing is both the residents and us as a board are trying to envision what the future is going to be. They don't know any more about the future than we know. What they know is about now and what they're doing, and what we're trying to do is project in the future. We have to use science. We have to use facts. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what I'm trying to do. And but I think that I understand the concerns of having apartments in your neighborhood. But I do think that when you live on a state highway, that you're going to get increased traffic, because if the town grows, whether it's next door or whether it's somewhere else. So I listened and I heard it, but I don't think it's germane to this thing.
Brandy, could I just jump in here for a
Again,
second?
agree to disagree, because I don't agree, and I think that's we're projecting the future. We don't, like you said, we don't know the future. Of course, we have to use science, etc.
Neither do they, Garfield. None of us know what the future is.
Well, I understand that, but
So
we're
your friends who
that are
think
telling
there's
us
too much traffic here, they don't know what the future is either. So, you know,
let's
we have to base our.
It's like.
We have many, many pages to go through. And I think Garfield's made his point very clear. And I'd like us to try and be as thorough in our deliberations as possible. But I think we've been around this issue now 3 or 4 times. So if somebody has a statement that adds to what we want to say as far as this finding, to clarify the comments that we've received and how we've made this decision, if we could hone in on that, I'd appreciate it. So Jonathan, did you have something to add?
Well, I just want to point out that the standards that are used are national standards, and those are for apartment buildings anywhere. They're not based on things that are walked to town. So I think
One size doesn't fit all.
Hold on, Garfield. You asked other people don't interrupt, so please do the same.
In fact, the trip generation may actually be generous.
In my experience with this similar type of work, the use of the national standard is accepted in the industry, and it creates a common baseline to allow for comparison. Otherwise, everything is arbitrary, and then it's more to Garfield's point that we make a decision based on a gut feel, as opposed to weighing from a statistical, whatever flaws it may have, but from the same baseline. So, yes, it's a national standard. Is it a perfect projection? No. It gives us a chance, though, to look at apples to apples and use the opportunity to make fact-based decisions. I'm comfortable with these numbers. I work in this industry, so maybe I have more of a comfort level than others, but this is a very, very minor increase in traffic. And I think as we've got the finding worded right now, it is a good finding, and I'm okay with it. And if anybody wants to add anything to it, we should do that now. Otherwise, I think we should move to number 4. Okay, hearing no additional comment. So the next
Oh,
item.
sorry, Brandy, I was on mute. Sorry. So can I say one more thing about this one?
Sure.
I'll be much more brief on the other ones, because I just think this seemed to be one of the major things that kept coming up. And so I don't know, maybe this is just clarification for Garfield. So this is 2 things. This one, the first part is comparing the existing permitted use versus the applicant, or versus the application use. And then the second part is comparing existing conditions and how the additional use, and we're comparing so as if, well, anyways. And that's the thing. It's it's a very busy road. It's, one of the 3 major arteries of Barrington, and 3 or 4, maybe 3, I guess. And so I think what the finding is saying is that we don't think that the addition is going to have a major impact on this already busy road.
Dan, that's what it
I don't
says.
know if that helps. I don't know if that helps, Garfield. We're not saying that the road is not busy, and we're not saying that there isn't an issue, but we're saying that the additional trips that this use will add is not going to severely impact the road or the you. I don't. Yeah.
I heard you, Jeremy. I hear what you're saying.
All right, moving on to number 4. Development is or shall be served by sidewalks, bike lanes, and or transit to the extent practical.
In the draft you have, I mean, this is pretty standard. This is pretty straightforward, this finding, I think. In the draft you had, I think I was missing a word in the third sentence.
Right.
A bike lane could only be installed by Mass DOT.
And a period.
Okay.
And a period.
A period too.
And there's an existing bus stop, right?
Yeah, a bus stop is located. Yeah.
I think this is a straightforward finding. Does anyone want to propose any changes?
No.
Is that a bike lane be installed legally?
I think yes, actually. There's an 8-foot shoulder there.
What was
6 to 8 feet shoulders.
I'm kidding. I was just making the joke that the town could stripe it any way it wanted to, but we couldn't do it legally.
It would have to be installed by MassDOT, as is said in the statement. So then moving on to number 5, Board of Health confirms that the new proposed use can be accommodated with respect to on-site water. Well, that doesn't apply. So in the case of public water or sewer, the town water district or town sewer department have certified in writing that the new proposed use can be accommodated. So we do have those letters in the record. There's adequate capacity in the infrastructure. We find that that requirement is met. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Number 6 relates to parking. Parking areas are screened from adjacent streets and properties and have additional landscaped areas within the parking area to reduce the impact of large paved areas.
Why does it say 40 to 50?
Space number is 40 through 50.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got it.
I can clarify that.
Yeah, you
Space.
should probably say space.
That's a good suggestion. So there's an existing parking area where it fronts on Maple Avenue. There's landscaping being added to provide some screening, landscaping that's not there currently. And there's no real change to the existing pavement area. So there's not landscaping proposed in that area with the exception of some of the perimeter plantings that are up against the building. Is everybody okay with this finding?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Chris,
This is
6, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to lead you into signs. 8.10.3. But we didn't really talk about signs. So
Yeah, go ahead.
there's a sign pediment there with no brand on it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And
are
whatever they choose to use, this standard will apply to them if this is granted.
And this doesn't apply to on the building mounted signs.
This is with relationship to freestanding sign?
The bylaw does not say that, Jonathan.
So there is a notation on the face of the building regarding the
Sure.
address, Jonathan. I wouldn't consider that a sign.
No, that's a requirement.
So the only sign we're talking about is the freestanding monument sign that exists currently.
Well, I think it says 148 Maple Apartments.
Oh, okay. That was in the perspective views.
Yeah. So that would not be affected by this.
That big concrete sign there, I mean, it's obviously more than 9 square feet. So if they want to use that, they have to apply for a special permit for that, right?
Right.
This language is pretty clear. Signs shall be limited to one identification sign, no more than 9 square feet in area.
Right. And so
And
that's
so-
building mounted or freestanding?
Yeah, in my opinion, it does not differentiate between the two.
I like that better because less signage would be better, in my opinion, at this location. All right. Does everyone understand that if it was bigger than the 9 square feet and there was more than one, there'd be additional permitting that would be required?
All too well.
Right. Sorry.
I understand that all too well, being on the design advisory committee.
Thank you,
Being the
Pedro.
chair.
Does anyone want to make any modifications or alterations to this item?
No.
Hearing none, we'll move on to 8.10.4 on lighting. So lighting shall be located no higher than 14 feet with shields and directed downward and not cause glare onto the abutting properties.
So the first sentence, Chris, it's according to the submittals.
Yeah, Brandy, if you'll allow me to go back just to help Chris out with this.
Sure.
In the paragraph for the signs, you've stated not requested twice on the third line.
No, he already got it. He already
Oh, you
got
got it. Sorry, missed it. Sorry. I'm reading my own copy here.
Thank you.
Gonna follow the bouncing ball.
Yeah. Right.
Oh my gosh, I need like 5 screens.
I don't know if is it worth noting up in the general findings, Chris, what the existing lighting condition is out on that site currently? It's pole mounted lights and building mounted floodlights that are in 30 feet in the air. So this is going to be a significant reduction in lighting impacts.
It's up to the board if
I
you
don't
want to
see the
make
point,
that finding.
really.
That's probably a good point.
Well, maybe you should just put it right here, though. That the existing building mounted and pole mounted lights will be replaced with lights no higher than 14 feet and be shielded.
Or that
I'm good
the
with
existing lighting is non-conforming.
I'm good with what Malcolm said.
Say it again.
The existing building mounted and pole mounted floodlights, I don't know, lighting.
Our floodlights, yeah.
Floodlights will be replaced according to the submittal dated March 11th.
Period, right?
With lighting no higher than 14 feet and shielded to direct downward light. Or whatever yeah.
Yeah, that works, Chris, what you have written.
Yep.
So, Brandy, I know this is just findings, but
Didn't say removed, not replaced.
Okay.
But I know this is just a finding, but because of the header, how do we address when the lights themselves, even though the spill might not leave the property, but where visible? No, I guess it doesn't, because it's all downcast, and so you shouldn't be able to actually view the actual light source. So
Correct.
this is, yeah.
So right now, if you go by there, you have a big floodlight and you see the
I
light
got that.
source and it casts
Yeah.
a big
No, I got that.
light footprint that goes everywhere. The new lighting will have a shielded fixture with a light source tucked up under it so that the light light footprint is controlled to a specific area, and so that you don't see that bulb and create the glare. I mean, the
And so
lighting
are-
fixtures that have been selected are kind of the top of the industry as far as light spillage.
And so our controls for this, is that site plan?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as like reducing at night and things like that. Yeah, I would say that's site plan.
Okay.
Yep.
And then also just that it's that the lighting is per the plan.
Yeah, so tonight's finding, in my opinion, is about the height that the light is mounted,
Yep.
whether there's glare created and whether there's spillage.
Okay.
And so I appreciate the clarification that Nick gave us as far as Mr. Shimon's comment about light and light on his property with the fixtures, more than 100 feet away. I think it's important.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there anything else regarding lighting, folks? I hope Garfield hasn't gotten upset with us and just turned off the screen there. Section 810.5 density, maximum number of residential units allowed on a site shall be determined by the planning board based on such factors as, but not limited to, impact on the neighborhood, provision for adequate on-site amenities such as open space, recreation, parking, landscaping, and buffer surrounding the residential area. So Chris has added the comments that have been received regarding the number of units. I guess I would just say, I don't know that we can add any language here, but I haven't heard anything specific about a number of units that would be acceptable. So we had 48 units. Now we're to 30 units. Go ahead, Pedro.
The only thing missing here is that in the multifamily building in our town, we allow 2,500 square foot of lot area per unit. And here, with this proposal, we have almost 6,000 square feet per unit.
So as far as density goes, it's not a high density.
I think that's a good point. I think, Chris captured that in the discussion around what's permissible in the zone.
Yeah, he covered it. It was just one additional point that wasn't mentioned. That's why I brought it up.
Is that something you're suggesting being added? Okay.
If you guys think it's important, I just wanted to make a point, I guess.
So how come we don't write the by right unit total that would be possible on this site where we total up the others? Or some of the
By
others.
right unit total? Do
So
you mean
this
the
equals
maximum
6
number of
units per acre. Yeah, this equals 6 units per acre, but then we don't go on to say 24 units. Whereas in some of the other ones, we total up, do we total up yeah, so we say, or 32 units. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I
Per
guess it's all
acre
by,
again.
I guess it's all by acre. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
never
unit.
mind.
It's really all by a half acre here because
Yeah, no,
the
yeah.
lot size is reduced.
Yeah. No, I understand that. But so we're comparing the project proposes 30 units. To me, one of the points that I thought they didn't do a good job in pointing out. I mean, they did, it was pointed out, but to me, one of the big things is that, so it's proposing 30 units, but by right, you could get 24 units. And then, and of those, like two thirds of those could be, could be 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, or whatever. And so I don't know how you capture that. I mean, I get it. It says right here, 6 units per acre. So then you just do the math and you're like, okay, 24 units by right. And so, but I don't know. That's what I'm wondering about.
You think they're better language?
Well, I'm just wondering about like this permitted use. So meaning the 30 units versus the by right use.
You want a parenthesis in there after this equals 6 units per acre by right as compared to the 7.3 in the proposal? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Maybe that's good because
You're asking for a comparison back to the beginning?
Maybe because to me, at least for myself, that's one of the main points of this finding. Or I'm not sure, not main points of this well, I guess, yeah, for me, I guess I prefaced it for me.
Can you see this, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the other copy, this copy is really running into a number of screens issue. And so this one is, the one you're doing is super small for me. But yeah, okay.
So Chris added following the sentence that begins
Yeah,
with
no, I can
6
see
units
it
per acre.
because it's in red. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you were trying to get at? Is that helpful for the board?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what Chris has done here, because there's a lot of different ways to compute density, is tried to run through as many of them as possible. And it gives a wide array of numbers, which I think can be a little bit challenging to understand.
Well,
and
right,
I guess
and there's no metrics given, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And I guess the other thing is this doesn't quite capture. So 6 units per acre by right versus 7.3 units per acre of the proposed development. Like 4 of those 6 units per acre by right could be bigger than any of the proposed units, the 7.3 units proposed in this application. But I don't know if
Unit sizes, yeah. There's no limit on unit sizes. Just lot coverage ultimately.
Yeah. Whereas with this application, they've quantified the number of bedrooms. Whereas in an ADU, which is a third of those units, is small, but the other 2/3 of the 4 units per acre are.
Yeah.
Right. In theory, a 2-bedroom unit, a two-family house or a single-family house could have 10 bedrooms.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't do a bedroom comparison across the board. So that's why Chris has had provided the bedrooms for the existing building, for the uses in the existing building, and then he's provided a dwelling unit count, basically.
But for me, that comparison, the by right use could be more impactful than the proposed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. Yeah.
Yep.
So how do you want to, what changes would convey that thought, Chairman?
Yeah, and then all we would have is site plan on the ADUs, I guess. Right?
The question here is for us to determine if the 30 units is appropriate, given the size of the parcel, the zoning, the number of bedrooms. So Chris has tried to lay out as many different comparative scenarios for us to make that decision on.
I like Pedro's. I mean, basically, it's one dwelling unit per 6,000 square feet, where what's permitted is one dwelling unit per 2,500 square feet.
Except for that doesn't apply in the zone, I don't believe.
It does not apply in the zone.
For the use, it does for a multifamily building.
A multifamily by special permit.
Okay.
Yeah. See, I don't like compare. See, I like the comparison of by right use versus this special permit.
Yeah.
Because when you compare it special permit to special permit, it's a special permit.
Yeah, you don't know.
So it's discretionary, right? And so, but I like the by right comparison. I think it's a stronger comparison for impact.
So we leave that first paragraph then that talks about.
So by right in a multifamily building, we can do 71 units.
Wow.
Not by right, by special permit. Sorry.
Special permit.
Yeah, I know, but
that's why. It's not wrong to compare with the special permit requirement because we're talking about density here. And this project is actually not achieving the density that it might if it were a by right project building houses, or a special permit project building a special.
Yeah, but see, I think the by right comparison is better because, and then you're considering special
if I can
permit versus
interrupt for a
special
second,
permit.
this is the language that Chris has given us for the most part.
No. I know, but I'm just debating what's the stronger argument.
Oh, we put both in.
I think equally because the divorce is a special permit.
Yeah. I think the square.
I think determining what types of projects can be considered here is as important as by right. Or
so Pedro,
permit
is your suggestion? I'm glad we can all hear the train. I can hear it in stereo.
I've actually got the windows open in my
I know, it's so nice. But so is your suggestion, Pedro, that we also add language that says by special permit, a new construction multifamily building would?
I don't have any problems with the language. Jeremy should propose whatever he'd like to see there. Or maybe.
I like the addition.
The addition of Pedro's language?
No, Chris's.
Just trying to get into what the addition means.
Sounds like we're there.
Okay. All right, so we're accepting 30 units as an allowable density on the 4-acre lot. Is that
That's
right?
what this finding is saying.
Yes. So then as far as the next one, and then if it's all right with everybody, if we could take a 5-minute break.
I just have to correct that calculation there. It's 1.6.
Thank you. That was on my markup too. So parking and loading, this is sort of a straightforward math question. Parking spaces for such uses shall be provided at the rate of at least 1 per dwelling unit and at least 1 loading space, and deviations may be granted.
This finding doesn't mention the loading, but there is a loading space.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I totally, in my fast forward run through of this, I reread it and it's very clear. But when I was frantically skimming through all of this material, I read it one way very quickly, and I was like.
So this is just about providing at least 1 space per dwelling unit, and 1 space per dwelling unit is provided. So Chris has stated that. He stated exactly what the ratio is, and he's provided that there's a loading space. So are we comfortable with that?
The loading space, by the way, right now is marked as a drop-off space in the front. There's space in the rear that could be loading. It's not designated in any way. There could be 2. But
do you want to say there is at least 1 loading space?
There is at least 1.
Okay. I'm going to...
I'm sorry. And this doesn't change with their proposed additional, their proposal of the 10 spaces to be used as, for residents could, anyway.
No, I think that,
because it's still 1 per unit.
When we get to that point, their language does say 1 space for the 1 space each for the 30 units. There'll be at least
the
1
to 2 and 2,
There will be at least 1 space for the 30 units.
Yeah.
So just for fact's sake, I have a study from the National Apartment Association that charts parking ratio averages over decades and the parking ratio has been dropping since 2009. But for garden-style apartments, it's still about 1.5 or a little over 1.5 per unit. So we're in the ballpark here, and and I'm sure these guys want to be in the ballpark. I would have not been in favor of the project of one space per unit at that particular location where there's no off-property parking. But by industry standards, this should meet the needs or the standards.
Okay, great.
Standards and trends. Yeah.
I would like to suggest a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
So it's 9 o'clock now, and we will resume again at 9:05.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll just pause the recording.
Thank you, Chris. see, do we have a quorum back? Not quite yet.
With these remote meetings, there's no line for the restroom. That's a good thing.
It's true.
Awful quiet when everybody's muted, though.
Right. Thanks, Malcolm. Let's see. Did we lose Jonathan entirely? I don't see him on my screen anymore.
Uh-oh. There he is.
Ah, there you are. Okay, we've got a quorum back, so I'm sure Pedro will be joining us in just a moment. We'll get started again.
All right, it's re-recording.
So we're recording again.
Yep.
Thank you, Chris. Hi, Pedro.
Hi,
All right.
sorry.
That's okay.
I got caught up in the hallway with my neighbors.
Yes, my son was doing the same. Mom, I have to tell you.
Brandy, I did have a question, and I can't remember where I saw it, but and where it fits in. But so I can't remember which document it was in, but I remember seeing it somewhere that it was talking about the impact of like a building as this if it were to become derelict, you know, if nothing were to happen with the building.
I think there's an opportunity to address that as we get down into the special permit criteria and findings.
Okay. You don't think it's part of the findings?
I think it's in one of the ones coming up, Jen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the findings we just went through were for 8.10 for the conversion.
Yeah.
Right. And so now we're talking more generally special permit criteria and findings.
Okay.
So this like this.
I think the very first one might give you that opportunity.
Yeah, no, good point. So the first one is social, economic, and community needs, which are served by the proposal. And Chris has laid out some of the information from the housing needs analysis that we just had completed, which I think was a very revealing document, discussing the short supply of housing availability in the area and really short supply at all levels. So I know we've had some discussion around affordability and things like that, but every kind of housing is needed in our community. And then a discussion around the age of units. So
I think
thank you for excerpting that recommendation, Chris. Malcolm, I'm sorry.
I think that's spot on what Chris wrote here.
And we were alluding to this, I think, in the last meeting. When we were, I think it was afterwards, we were having like a little discussion about. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is very good.
So adaptive reuse is really one of our goals. We want to see our outdated underutilized buildings utilized rather than becoming vacant, blighted properties.
Mm-hmm.
So then the conclusion is the proposal will rehabilitate and reuse a defunct building and will add much needed rental housing to the community. Is there anything anyone wants to add to that?
Well, I wonder if sorry, gosh, I guess it's here. If we can state something, because during the public comment there was one of speakers brought up safety concerns, and so I think the redevelopment of this, with the application, it addresses not a safety concern that was brought up, but the impact of having a derelict building. and what can go on there,
So
and what it can attract.
Okay.
Chris, did you want to add something?
So it's avoiding an eyesore, a hazard, or is that something that's being fulfilled here, Jeremy?
Well, okay. So that was the hazard was the first part. The second part is, and I count character natural. I guess it goes here too. That this is also a gateway property. And so then that goes to your first point.
So social, economic, or community needs.
Yeah.
So in my mind, social, economic, and community needs are less about character and more about just fundamental.
I'm not talking about character. I'm talking about, so a derelict building falling into disuse and disrepair, one, as a safety concern, so social and community needs, and then two, as a gateway property, then its effect on all three of those, social, economic, and community. When a building falls into disuse and disrepair.
Okay. Defunct proposal will rehabilitate and reuse a defunct building where it's a derelict part of it.
Because, a lot of this is
what you're getting at.
I think that's what Jeremy's getting at. Is that the right place for it? I think that's the question.
Because the do nothing approach will definitely, well, unless someone wants to continue pouring money into it, will definitely lead to some impact, some negative impact.
Not sure if you want to add to this.
I think that's captured. So,
You got impacts sun instead of impacts on. There you go.
I didn't catch the gateway location argument, if that's one you wanted to make.
Yeah, I think that's the economic part. Well, I mean, a derelict building has an economic impact on property values regardless, on surrounding property values, but it has an economic impact on the whole town when it's a gateway property.
Thanks, Chris. I think that captures it.
Okay.
All right. Any other suggestions, folks? Hearing none, we'll move on to criteria 2, traffic flow and safety, including parking and loading. So, Chris, this looks like in part, no, this is more of a traffic flow and safety, including parking and loading.
So the first paragraph is really about traffic flow and safety.
Mm-hmm.
The second and third paragraphs are about parking concerns.
Does it make sense to carry forward some of the language from number 3 above? Or is it enough? Is it necessary to cross-reference 810 with 10.4?
No, I mean they live in the same document. If you would like to state it again,
I don't want to be redundant if it's clear enough the way it already is stated.
I leave that to you.
It just doesn't state any facts here. It's clear to us because we've reviewed it.
Right.
I mean, I understand the question. I think if we just add some numbers in there, it would be fine.
You want to say as discussed in relation to 810?
Yeah, I think that's good.
810 number 3.
3.
I'm sorry, 81023.
Chris, it seems to me that at some point in here, we should say that it actually exceeds, the parking provided actually exceeds the zoning requirement.
I say that again, John.
At some point in here, we should note that the parking provided actually exceeds the zoning requirement for parking.
We can add that in the third paragraph, and let's let Chris do that since we're talking about it right this minute, but then if we could go back to paragraph 1.
An exceedance, is that a word?
Yes,
A-N-C?
E-N.
Exceedance.
That exceeds.
I have
Thank
to look
you.
that one up.
That exceeds. What Jack would say there.
Yeah.
So the reference I
It is
believe.
a word.
I know it's a word. It's just clunky.
EXCEEDING.
Never mind.
So in paragraph 1, 810.3, I believe it's 810.2 number 3. So it's
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, 810.23, that's correct.
810.3. Thank you. There we go.
Oh my gosh. God, these screens are so little.
So then the second paragraph is about parking on site, the adequacy thereof.
And the applicant's
And the applicant's
response.
proposal
The
for
third-
managing parking.
Right. The third tries to use some metrics and comparisons, so which you've heard may or may not be good comparisons.
So one of the things that came up when we were talking about dogs, I don't know if it belongs here, not the dog part.
No, dogs does not belong here.
No. I'm not talking about the dog part. I was just when the applicant said that, in talking about that, the agreements. So the example of dogs, right? And so if you have a dog that's a nuisance, they don't want it to be a nuisance to the abutters, but also they don't want it to be a nuisance to the other residents of the project. And so, I don't know how you capture that in parking and whether or not, I don't know if it even belongs here or before.
Are you talking about enforcement of the terms of the lease that are related to parking?
Because it's not
that
only
will
in
be
the
on
best.
the entity to enforce the terms of the lease. And I think with a live-in
Yeah.
supervisor or live-in superintendent.
Yep.
Super.
and that's kind of where I was
Maybe
going
both.
with that. Is I like that.
Do you want to
Yeah.
add a statement that indicates enforcement of that will be the responsibility of the building?
Well, I mean, I think they've made it. What? I don't know if you're talking about like a condition, right? But I don't know if it's just in just capturing that's in the best interest of the property, that they're not only considering, the concerns of the abutters, but that the concerns of the abutters are the same as the concerns as the other residents with respect to parking.
I don't know how to capture what you're
Yeah, I
asking.
don't.
Yeah, it's
So-
very unclear to
so-
me where you're going with that.
Yeah, so like the enforcement, right? So if you have a
It's
one bedroom
just
apartment,
as important. Right.
so if you have a one bedroom where the lease says one car, I'm sorry, a 1 or 2 bedroom and your lease says one car, right? One parking space is allotted to you. That if you're using 2, right, it's going to be if those things make the parking lot overflow, then that's going to be in the interest of the superintendent or the applicant to manage, because it's a problem. So as soon as the capacity is reached by +1, it becomes like the concerns of the abutters are the same concerns of the residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that needs to be captured here, though. That's more of like
I know. But I'm wondering if that can be captured, where that should be captured. I'm sorry, let me...
Need to, Jeremy. If the building management is going to be responsible for making sure that parking is allocated properly, why do we need to butt in?
Right. No, I'm not saying that we need to butt in, but as part of so that thing with the dog was like, oh, right? It's like, of course. And so, like, even though it's common sense, I think it's part of how we reach our decision.
If that's outside of sort of statements of finding, though, that's more in the realm of conditions, Jeremy.
Okay.
I don't think that's how we came to our decision anyway.
No?
No, I don't.
The decision is a function of the factual information laid out in front of us as compared to what's permitted in the code.
I mean, the fact that the applicant laid out how they would allocate the number of parking spaces, helped us feel comfortable that the number of parking spaces would be adequate. But I didn't need that to feel they were adequate. I think they were adequate anyway.
Right.
No, and I agree with
parking
you,
enforcement on my list of things that we should discuss as far as conditions. So,
let's come back to it.
Yeah, let's come back to it.
But Malcolm, I agree. Can I just, make one thing? But I agree with you, Malcolm, but in addressing the concerns that were raised, like that helps me to that place, right?
Right. That's why we have it in here.
Yeah.
So Chris, as we had stated up in the 8.10 discussion, we probably should add a statement about loading here as well. So we talk about parking and loading as part of the criteria, and that 2 loading spaces. I think we could add that at the conclusion of the 3rd paragraph, and then modify the 4th paragraph sentence to say an adequate amount of parking and loading is proposed.
Okay. Good.
All right. So criterion 3, adequacy of utilities. Similar to our earlier discussion, water and sewer department find there's capacity to serve. We've got their letters. No impact to public health, fire, or police services. We've got a letter from Chief Berger. Building will have a sprinkler system, which will provide fire safety. And so the planning board finds that utilities and services are adequate. Is there any addition to that item?
Nope. Just curious though, is the letter from Chief Berger or is it from Chief Storty?
Chief Berger.
Okay.
Yeah, it was about fire access, fire apparatus access, and sprinkler. Criteria for neighborhood character and social structure. All right, so first part is a discussion of the existing buildings context. The second part is about the mix of uses on Maple Ave. And the last part is about the building's proposed modifications.
At some point in this section, we should say that this is actually taking something out of a commercial use and turning it into residential use.
I think that's a good point. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because I was thinking the same thing, that we're actually conforming more to a residential character. Even it's multifamily, but it's residential, and it helps emphasize the residential use in the area. So that would probably be in the third paragraph, Chris. You could put it after the first, sorry, I'm looking at my version instead of where your cursor is, I apologize. We'll add residential uses.
We'll convert.
We'll convert.
Yeah, convert commercial property to residential use, or commercial use to residential use.
And so, Brandy, with your
hold on, Jeremy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's good, Chris.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Good, Jeremy.
Jeremy?
And so, with your comment to the or question to the applicant earlier about the neutral color palette, should that be in here?
Since they haven't provided us information
Yeah.
suggesting that, to me, that also falls in condition
Okay.
land.
Okay. Because to me, that does have a big impact to neighborhood character.
It does, but they haven't proposed it. It's a request that we may be making. So I don't know that it's necessarily a statement of finding.
I got it.
Well, Brandy, I've got a couple things. I first have an issue with characterizing the building as an institutional in nature. I think that there are many blocky, plain red facaded buildings across the town that wouldn't be characterized as institutional. I think we can make an argument that if we look at the floor plan of the existing building, we can do that, but we're not looking at that. We're looking at the exterior of the building.
So you don't think that looking at the exterior of that particular building looks institutional?
I do not. I don't think it's. I don't think it's specifically institutional, and I don't know that any of us really know enough about architectural. I would say that maybe I'm the one who probably knows the most about architectural typology, maybe with the exception of Jonathan, because we were forced to kind of study it in school. And I think this building is outside of any real typology. You could easily say that this building could be a municipal building, for example. The front of the building has a rotunda that's not unlike Monticello or the White House. So is that institutional? I don't know.
Red House.
I would also, I would disagree with this.
What language would you put there, Adrian?
I just would strike it.
Just strike that first part.
Yeah, I would just strike it.
Are you sure? Because at least anyone.
Institutional describes the use of the building, not the character of the building.
But I don't know if you can separate the use from the character.
Yes, you can.
Because no. So my point is that to someone who's not from the town and just drives through, but for anyone that lives in the town and drives by the building, aren't they going to think institutional just because of the use?
You drive by the castle and think school?
I think we're arguing a word here that
it's barely as well. Okay. It's behind a wall. I can't see it.
Pedro didn't mention, he and I were talking about character, and he went and took a great number of pictures of buildings in town that are underutilized or maybe have gone through adaptive reuse. And it was a surprising number that were brick. And so there's a lot of brick buildings in the community with a lot of historic uses.
But I think what happens is that it's part. I think Pedro's right that there are some intrinsic things, but then what happens is that the character then becomes the use. So then as the use changes, then people begin to associate the character with the use.
You know, it's been 3.5 hours and we're arguing over the word institution. And I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Well,
I'd like
to add that I don't agree with these findings. I mean, I would argue that this proposal does not improve the plain institutional look of the building. I think it obscures the building's core brick material by hiding it and replacing it with a sort of ad hoc collage application of off-the-shelf materials. There's actually an architectural term for that that design technique. It's called strange making, and I can go into that if you guys want me to. I don't think it makes an attempt to reference the town's rich tradition of building in brick, and I don't mean by that any notion of copying, but just to sort of recognize that there is a really rich tradition in town of brick building. Instead what we get is an unorganized collection of materials, which in my opinion result in a building that's reminiscent of a suburban strip development, largely acknowledged, suburban places as non-places with little social or community structure. I think the proposal also seeks to sort of release or erase the presence of this building over its 60-year history on this gateway site. I'd also argue that, a purpose of that the reuse is to support and respect the integrity of the existing structure that you're reusing, and that that is viable for reuse. And these are just structures that have stood the test of time. And I think that a better, or when somebody conducts an adaptive reuse, they try to focus on identifying and enhancing the qualities of the building, not to try to erase them. Whether we like building, this building or not, this building's existed for 60 years, and it's been there because of sound building practices. Its longevity has allowed itself to weave into the community's social structure. So I think the building and the community deserve a much more subtle intervention.
Well, and you gave them a good example in the last meeting of the brick and how to, complement a brick building, and so.
So this is the finding. Do people agree with Pedro or not?
I actually agree with the finding. I also agree with Pedro, but unfortunately, this is the proposal that we have to evaluate. Nobody else has come up with another proposal for a more attractive use of the building, and I do believe that this building improves the plain and the institutional look of the existing building, and provides an improvement to what I don't find particularly attractive, Pedro, as far as the way the existing building looks now.
What if we struck will improve the plain and institutional look of the building, and we'll just say makes modern adaptations, or
we'll modify.
Yeah. But
is that it?
Modify the existing building?
Plain look? You don't like the word institutional. We know that.
Right. To me, it's like a modern interpretation that's being proposed.
But so I mean, this is like two different directions. So like what Pedro is saying is to, like, if you're going to honor the existing building, there's some ways to go about doing it. But then I wonder if, like, with the neutral colors, if that's a way to minimize the existing structure, like the effect of the existing structure. Because I don't think, at least from the comments that we heard from the abutters, it didn't seem like anybody, they might like the lack of use now, but I don't think, in terms of the scale and the size of the building, I don't think that anybody was
nobody was saying make it only a one-story building. Is that what you're getting at?
No. Nobody was saying, like, we like the scale and size of the building now, or I don't know if anybody was really saying that.
I don't know if they were either, but to adaptively reuse an existing building, you have an existing building. So, let's work within that part of the framework, that there's an existing building, and then what are we doing with it? To Pedro's point, I think some of the adaptations that are proposed give it a very sort of modern, uncharacteristic to the area feel. And My
I
opinion.
wouldn't call it modern.
I don't know what it is.
But so I don't know. To me, boy, what you were proposing by like a neutral color palette is to really minimize the effect of the building. Whereas in where I think what Pedro was talking about was to like emphasize the building, to like not like emphasize the nature of the building as it is, right? And like to complement what it is and to improve that. But at least what I was getting out of a neutral color palette was to minimize the visual effect of the existing building.
Your latter point, yes, that's my intent.
Yeah, and I
The
thought
character piece
yeah.
to me, I mean, we always get stuck here, guys. You know, like there's 6 of us and we all feel differently about character, and some of us are trained to evaluate character and some of us just have strong opinions. But we are all going to have a different take on it. So maybe we can just sort of provide neutral language here. I think, you know,
I mean, but
let's not make a judgment call on whether it's good or bad. Let's just say it's being modified. I don't know. Pedro, are you okay with that?
I think so long as there's no qualitative language in here, I would be okay with it. Does that make sense?
So then, go ahead, Malcolm.
No, that's good. That's good. I was interpreting Pedro's remarks clearly wrongly to mean that he was opposed to the entire special permit. I hope that's not
No,
the case.
I've not voted yet.
Well,
So then the
I've never
second,
reviewed my.
yeah, this criteria though, it sounded like it was a break point for you.
I think you can all have strong opinions on any one of these factors. What you have to do in the end is balance them.
Yep.
Thanks, Chris. So moving on to the second part of the sentence then, and the proposed landscape and lighting will enhance the site and the appearance of the corridor. Are we comfortable with that? I mean, I do think the landscape is a significant improvement, as is the lighting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's not a controversial statement. We'll leave that one. Okay. So then we captured converting the commercial use to residential use. And then the last statement is the addition of new residents to the neighborhood in an area from which services, including downtown shopping, groceries, medical facilities, are accessed is appropriate and will enhance rather than detract from neighborhood social structures. I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
Okay. Hearing no objections, we'll move on to criteria 5, impacts on the natural environment.
So
I'm just chuckling to myself because I on a webinar format, I can't hear Eileen Mooney suggesting changes.
You're on.
Is she sending you emails?
She may well be, but hi, Eileen.
Well, I think we can, you know, for those folks who have hung in here this long with us, you know, any sort of micro edits like that, those get picked up in the final version. Tonight, really what we're trying to get at is content.
So Brandy, I'm sorry, just to go back to 6. I mean, I know we said it before, but
Back to 4?
Oh, 6, I think. I thought we were on.
We're on 5.
We're starting 5.
Oh, okay.
So which one are you talking about? Neighborhood character and social structures?
I think we've agreed on number 4.
I thought so
we
too.
were. Yeah, I thought we were way past 4.
Nope.
Yeah, we're on 5.
We're on number 5.
Okay.
So impacts on the natural environment. So Chris has basically provided a short summary, just capturing some of the elements that were provided in the applicant's application around building materials, adaptive reuse, and energy code lead, et cetera.
I think what he missed is the fact that that they're taking this energy inefficient building and making it much more efficient. So I think we need to have something to that effect in there.
So maybe in that sentence that says the building will be sustainable, maybe it should start off by saying unlike the, oh yeah, there you go.
Well, I would add that they're saying they're going to do this. We have no evidence.
Well, they've got the building code to deal with. They've got the stretch
drawing
code.
form or anything.
They've
Right,
got
the building
stretch
code to
code.
deal with it. I know.
Well,
but
and I
that's
think
it.
this is another one I've got flagged as far as a condition. Yeah. I fully support adaptive reuse for its lighter impacts on the environment. They're not changing the footprint of the building or the impervious area. So that too prevents, there's not clearing of new areas or grading or anything like that that could potentially result in impacts to the environment. There's not disposal of all the full building demolition. So I think this is okay. Does anybody want to add anything else?
Yeah, again, I would strike the lead part because we have no evidence other than their word that they're going to, build this thing to LEED standards.
If they've
think we just
offered
strike
it. Okay.
I mean, we're going to take their word for it. I mean, I don't feel comfortable accepting their word. I mean,
No,
this, doing a LEED project is very involved. It could be very costly. I'm not confident that they'll do it, or at least they haven't shown any commitment to it.
Well, what if we change the sentence to say the applicant has, Chris has captured it by saying as described in the proposal. But I went and revisited that part of the application because I have the same concern you do, Pedro. Like, how are we demonstrating that?
Just strike the rest of the sentence after sustainability codes.
As John had mentioned, the codes, the existing codes are quite strict.
Rigorous. Yeah.
Right, but they're not as strict as the LEED certification, or
right.
Actually, there's completely different criteria for LEED certification, and they're not as strict as Passive House, which they also proposed. So it would be my preference if we could just strike every word after sustainability codes to the end of that sentence.
I'm comfortable with that.
No problem.
That's fine.
You don't want in the proposal?
So the building is located in an area where a personal vehicle is not strictly necessary, which helps to reduce, Chris? Oh, no, I guess it could read that way, helps reduce environmental impacts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Proposed lighting is energy efficient.
All good.
Yep. Okay, we'll move on to 6. Potential impacts from a fiscal standpoint. Board finds that the proposal will have a substantial positive fiscal impact because it will reuse and improve the value of an existing vacant building. Municipal services have capacity. And addition of housing in our community, which has a 0% rental vacancy rate, provides a positive impact.
So the positive impact is that, so these units could be occupied by people possibly already in existing rental properties, and thus freeing up those existing rental properties to local workers. So even if these are not, if their price point isn't available to, I guess local workers is so broad, but if you're talking about workforce, then still it will have the effect of freeing up existing housing stock that would be available to workforce housing.
Yes.
I don't think we need to state that in there, but I think that's what that sentence is saying without saying it.
Yep, it's there.
And then but the part that I was wondering if we could add is something about versus the building becoming derelict or into disrepair, because that has a big potential fiscal impact to surrounding property values, and because of the gateway part to the town.
Well, we've already addressed that. We don't need to address it twice.
Okay. but this is potential fiscal impact. So, anyways, and before it was social, economic, and community needs, but this is fiscal impact.
I think this is talking about the broader picture on the town.
Well, and that's what I mean. So without the part, so I
do you have a specific sentence you want to add? Like we can get out of the esoteric nature of the discussion.
Because it will reuse and improve the value of an existing vacant building.
I mean, I think, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a for-profit healthcare entity, so they were paying full taxes previously, right?
Yes.
I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's assessed at 1.4 million.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay.
Okay. All right. And ostensibly, Jonathan, to your point about it's assessed at 1.4 million, this renovation would increase the assessment on that building, which would increase the tax base.
I'm sure.
Yes. Okay. Which I think is captured here as far as positive fiscal impacts. We haven't crunched any numbers, though. Okay. So with criteria 6 done, we've got findings and proposed conditions. So,
so that's kind of that's your concluding finding.
Yes.
If you agree with that.
And this being market rate is very different from something that was not market rate. Yeah.
Yes.
And then conditions to be discussed.
Mm-hmm. So Jeremy, though, to your point, remember when we looked at the Manville proposal and we talked with the folks at Construct, and they reiterated that there's rentals or there's housing needed at every level, and that exactly what you're saying, there's a shift when new housing becomes available. People who can move will move, which opens up other spaces and creates new opportunities for people that maybe don't live in the community yet or are in a space that doesn't serve their needs very well.
Yeah, and this is what didn't come up during the proposal. And, I mean, it's a strong argument for market rate housing, and particularly new market rate housing, because it frees up old stock market rate housing that becomes available, and so the argument was that, if a unit is $2,000, then the person that was renting a $1,600 place can, it's because it's only what's available, but they have the income to be able to afford $2,000. And so they'll move into that, thus freeing up that $1,600 for someone that,
Right. Yeah. Yep. All right. So finding and proposed conditions. So the proposed language says, in consideration of the above findings, the board finds that the possible benefits of the proposal outweigh the detrimental impacts of the proposal and imposes the following conditions to ensure benefits will continue and potential negative impacts are mitigated. So Chris has left that for discussion.
So in your findings, you've talked a lot about parking and the leases. You haven't necessarily made a finding that there's a potential negative there that you're concerned about. A lot of times, a condition is generally meant to mitigate something that a concern that you've identified, but you haven't clearly identified that concern.
Oh,
you're thinking. Oh, go ahead.
I have one finding that I hope will be included, which is that no apartment shall be leased or sublet for a period of less than 30 contiguous calendar days.
Oh, a condition?
Yeah.
Condition.
Well, so Jonathan, what happens if it's February?
Doesn't matter. State law says 30 days.
Okay.
And Jonathan, what is the basis of that proposed condition?
Anti-Airbnb.
But Chris just said we need to tie it to a finding.
Where is that concern expressed in your previous deliberations?
Because it has a really adverse impact on housing.
No, I see what Chris is saying is if we're going to list out conditions, we need to have them correlated to findings.
It's in the application, isn't it, that they won't do it? It's just,
You guys are missing the total picture.
Here's the connection. To achieve the economic benefits promised by this project, to increase the rental stock in Great Barrington, we place a condition that no rental should be less than 30 days on the property.
Ooh, that was very good.
It needs to be tied back.
It's got to be a condition, though. It's not criterion.
It's a condition, but it's tied back to a finding.
Right.
So it's
an economic
criteria.
community needs.
Criterion
Right.
6, right? Providing additional housing in the market with.
Chris has it here. He's adding.
Yeah, I was thinking it was 1 as well.
He's adding the
Oh,
hook.
Say this.
I think,
On a
Isn't it 6 as well, though, too?
well, let's get through this first.
Let's get this in.
residential short-term uses would negate positive contribution of these units.
What's continuation?
Hold on, give him a break. It's late.
It's double underlined.
It's okay. Not pick on Chris, please.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah, that's fine.
refine
Except
for me.
Except for contribution.
You guys
Your
are
spelling checker could
ruthless.
I didn't
Chris,
even catch it.
It wasn't even close enough.
It was doubly underlined.
if we could just focus, please, I would really appreciate
I
it.
think we're at the end of our focus.
Yeah, I can tell everybody's getting a little punchy. I mean, so we could table this and bring it up at the next meeting, but we have a public hearing on zoning, so I was hoping we could get through this tonight.
Yeah,
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Chris, may I ask, is it possible to reference the impact from the housing needs study that identified short-term rentals as a pressure on our market?
I don't have that study in front of me, and I'm not sure how conclusive that was.
Yeah, I understand it was difficult, but
I don't know if we need it. We can just express something.
you don't think so? You guys are comfortable with just the additional language we just included on 1? Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with it. I just thought it would bolster the discussion a little more.
And so my point to 6 was, what was it? Was it workforce or was it, employment?
Chris, I think you have to say rented or sublet because a lot of it will come from the tenants.
So, okay.
And so this is units, not rooms?
No units or parts thereof.
That's probably good language to add.
Somebody wants to rent a room out.
Yeah, I would. Let's not go there.
Really? It's
really?
hard to draw the distinction.
Because then it's like, you're renting it, but you're renting all 3 rooms out or right?
If you're living there, it's not an issue.
You can find it.
What are some of your other possible conditions?
Well, I did want to try and include a condition about a neutral color palette. And I think we would have to modify the second paragraph of criterion 4 to just context.
I would have to disagree with that, Brandy. I mean, as much you guys know how I feel about the design, but I think that we draw a very
I'm okay with you saying
sort of
arbitrary.
line. Yeah, I mean, it's just a very sort of ambiguous line to be giving design advice for us to make decisions, qualitative decisions on what's right and what's wrong. I'm not sure
I
that
agree.
that's a good.
I'm surprised at that too. How about a suggestion somewhere along the line?
So everyone's going to be okay if it's bright blue or bright green addition. I mean,
No,
So
but
you don't think-
but you know, at some point, you know, how far do we as a municipal body want to take our regulation of people's private property? I mean, that's the question. You could, you know, if somebody came to you and told you you couldn't do something that you really wanted to do, it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be right. And frankly, you know, as you guys know how I feel about this project, if this is something that the client or that the building owner likes and is willing to pay for, you know, that's not my problem really.
But you don't think once it's above a certain scale, it's not?
I think if it's above a certain scale, sure. If it is, you know, part of a sort of in a public way, essentially a public building, I think, yeah, we have every opportunity to speak against it, but I don't know that we as a body are qualified to give design advice. If you notice, I didn't give out any design advice. At least I tried to tread that very, very, you know, lightly, or to try not to cover it at all, because I just don't think it's the role of government to be doing that.
but if a criteria is about
but
character.
wait a minute. Some people out there might love this design.
That's fair.
This is so when you get into these aesthetic questions, it's completely arbitrary.
The question comes back to character, though.
And what is the character?
I know.
Is it
I know, but so we have to sort of.
We don't tell the neighbors that they can't paint their house yellow or pink. I mean, come on.
I know, but it's like scale.
Why are we
though.
commenting at all on the building design then? I mean, we've had tons of comment on the building design.
No,
In my opinion,
size.
in my opinion, the whole character notion of the special permit and the site plan review is a flawed piece of legislation or piece of language.
Okay, but it's
in our
what we've got to
legislation.
work with.
So, but do you think those? But right now, the stick isn't in the hands of the design advisory committee, right?
No.
Are you thinking the stick just needs to be moved over?
I already went on record saying I wish the design advisory committee would have provided some more concrete recommendations. So I still believe that.
Yeah,
I'll let go of the condition in the interest of keeping this moving.
But do we get to revisit this at site plan though? This question.
Not the color of the building.
Yeah, and so I don't know if I wonder if this isn't the place for it, because
Jeremy, it's 2-3. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
All right. So parking. Do we want to have any kind of condition around parking? Are we comfortable? Meet zoning?
I'd like to discuss the possibility. I've been very curious about the effects of unbundling parking. As I mentioned earlier, it could have and has had across the country the effect of lowering rents and becomes more equitable distribution of apartments and land, because there are people, believe it or not, in this town that do not drive. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it's something that I'll preface it by saying I'm not a big fan of telling people how to run their businesses, but I do believe that by unbundling parking, there is an opportunity to create more units that would be affordable to a wider range of our community. So I'm not sure if anybody else on the board would be willing to entertain that.
Well, I think that it sounded like if you rent an apartment, you get a parking space. I hope that's not a dedicated parking space. I think the parking has to be. You can't have dedicated parking because then that's not going to work.
Aren't we? Now we're into designing again. So
Pedro, I think
what condition do you want to discuss?
Chris was saying something.
I just, I think it's the unbundling is a good idea for affordability walkability, yes. And I think that's probably a marketing tactic that the building owner or manager could use. If somebody doesn't want a space, they could unbundle that space, freeing up space for somebody else. But I'm not sure how that impacts the rest of your findings here. I think it's a decision that the owner manager would make when they negotiate a lease.
We could tie it into the first criteria, though. It does have a social and economic impact on the community.
So how do we?
I understand.
In my years on the board here, I found that, we have a lot of expertise on the board, and we have a lot of opinions that may not actually relate to what our task is, that are helpful to the applicant. And so over the years, we've made suggestions, design suggestions, aesthetic suggestions, and so on. And that's a good thing, but it doesn't necessarily have to be part of our findings. And Pedro, I think you made the suggestions of these guys. They hadn't considered it. Maybe they will. But I don't know that there's anything we can do in our findings to enforce how they run their business or write their leases or run their business. That would be my concern.
I guess we could deal with the parking and site plan review too.
Yeah. So
Can we just continue with proposed conditions? So
Yes,
I've been making notes while we were going through public comment. So we've talked about character, we've talked about parking.
I have a question. Another
Brandy,
question. about parking. Sorry.
If I may, before we move on, I for some reason got disconnected when Malcolm was speaking. Can somebody summarize what he said, or Malcolm? Can you do
He
that?
was very logical. He said that you put a good suggestion out there and it should be up to the applicant to take it rather than a condition.
Okay. I don't disagree with you.
No, I think it's a great suggestion, but I'm not sure that it's within our world.
Jeremy?
So the concern the concern that was brought up was the question of overflow parking.
When was that brought up?
Oh, that was during public comment. People were worried that the parking would,
Overflow
during,
where?
I don't know, Christmas or whatever would be greater than the site.
Oh,
could
that was a
handle.
couple of meetings ago.
Yeah, it was a couple.
Okay.
So I talked to Chris about this, and I'm not aware that there's any restriction. I don't believe there's any signage that doesn't allow some sort of parking. Let me back up. I do not believe there's any signage on Maple Avenue that restricts on-street parking. I think on the streets, though, is outside of our jurisdiction.
Okay.
So I don't know that it's...
Is that a question for the state?
Is that our road at that point, Chris?
The state highway. No, it's not our road.
Okay. So yes, so they would have to bring that up with the DOT.
I don't.
So that's okay.
Oh, go ahead, Kim.
I don't think it's allowed. We have to look, but I don't think you're allowed to park on state highway.
I think it's posted.
Thanks.
Okay.
So no on-street parking will occur due to means outside this board's control.
So we don't have to address that at all. And and then the other question was going along with that was overflow parking onto abutting properties.
Yeah, I don't see that as a realistic.
Okay. So again, okay. So they just call up the police department and say, "Hey, there's a car on my property."
I mean,
just like anyone deals with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, great.
And you know what? If you're neighborly, you go to your friend or your neighbor and you say, "Hey, I'm having a party, and if we have 2 extra cars, can they park in your driveway?" And the neighbor says no, or the neighbor says yes.
Here's $5.
Leave it at
for
that.
each. Here's $5 for each one.
Right. Okay. Any other conditions? I didn't have anything else written down from notes. Hearing none. So we're recommending a single condition that no units shall be rented or sublet for a period of less than 30 days.
And so we didn't want to get into the parts.
What do you mean? Oh, the parts of a unit?
Yeah.
No.
Seemed like there was some consensus against that. Yes? Okay. So we'll leave it as is.
So the appropriate motion, Randy, if you're at that point, is to have a motion to approve the findings as amended.
So board members, if there's no further discussion, do we have a motion to approve the findings as amended this evening?
So moved.
Jonathan, do we have a second?
Second.
Malcolm, we have a second? Or yes, thank you, Malcolm, second. Do we have any further discussion on this?
Well, I guess, I mean, maybe a little bit discussion on the last item.
We're talking about the findings, not the conditions.
Okay.
Or it is.
Isn't it the same, what we're talking about?
It's the entire document.
Yeah. So with the conditions,
Are you thinking there needs to be any other condition, Jeremy?
no, I'm just, the one condition that we have, I'm just,
You're struggling with this condition?
yeah, I'm just struggling with the part about the unit versus unit and parts.
I think you are, but it's going to be 4-1 on that idea.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, so our motion is to approve the findings and basis of decision as amended. We'll do a roll call vote. Malcolm?
Aye.
Jeremy?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Pedro?
Aye.
Brandy? Aye. All right. Wait,
Is Garfield still on?
he is. I can see him.
Okay.
He's
Okay,
right there.
good.
Hi, Garfield. The second item is a motion to approve or deny the special permit.
I move to approve the special permit.
So we have a motion and a second to approve special permit. Jonathan and Malcolm. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Malcolm?
Aye.
Jeremy?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Pedro?
I'd like to read a statement before my vote, please, if I may.
Sure.
I'd just like to say that I find the comments against residential multifamily development in our town depressing. We are deluding ourselves if we honestly consider that we are a welcoming community. I've seen at least 3 multifamily projects come before this board, harangued, denigrated, and sued into submission. Whether it's a proposal on Mahawi, Manville, Maple, the residents of this area come out with the same complaints: parking, traffic, and safety. There's no data or empirical evidence that will dissuade them from their ultimate objective, which is not to welcome new residents and families into our town. It is about time that we realize that the Triangle, as it is often called, is a prime location for multiple new families. These are areas served by town infrastructure and located within walking distance of amenities and cultural institutions. We must also accept that for the past many years, this area's residential character has been changing to mixed use. And those are facts. If we are honest with ourselves, I believe the fear expressed by residents is not so much traffic or parking, but a perceived deterioration of public safety on our streets. Safety that is not associated with automobiles, but with new people coming into our neighborhood. What's most troubling is that the adults that raise these concerns against these multifamily developments do not acknowledge this as the main issue they have. It took a 15-year-old daughter of one of the residents of this neighborhood during our first public hearing to say what no one else would say, and that is that she would not feel safe walking down the street with 30 new strange families in her neighborhood. Many people laud the work of Jane Jacobs in preserving the West Village of Manhattan from the imposition through Elevator Highway. In fact, she defined the eyes on the street, which is only possible in a community of families, as the best way to keep streets safe. What they do not realize is that she also fought to preserve the same neighborhood for the residents who at the time were working class families. And we fail to realize that in so doing, she made development impossible in the West Village, which led to the place that we have today, which is largely an unaffordable neighborhood in the heart of downtown New York. Great Barrington is on its way there. And if we do not allow construction of rental housing, we could end up just as inequitable. So with that, I vote aye on the special permit.
Thank you, Pedro. Very well said. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Pedro.
And I vote aye as well.
Ta-da!
All right. I don't know if Charlie, Nick, and Sam are still there, but
We thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I was muted for a second.
No problem. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
At this point, staff will try to reduce the decision to writing, including a full record of the proceedings, and then have it signed by the chair and vice chair,
Okay.
and then it will be recorded with the clerk.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And then notices will go out. Malcolm,
Great.
you're muted. Sorry.
Okay, good. Thank you, Chris. All right, well, we still have a couple items on the agenda. We have zoning amendments